marketing, and many other related of promoting resilience, equity, and sustainability for consumers and families. Dear participants, let us begin our event with the national anthem, followed by the prayers recitation. Now, I would like to kindly request everyone to stand up for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Amin to lead the Doa recitations.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat pagi semua. Untuk menggantikan program kita pada hari ini, kita mulakan Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Segala puji bagimu ya Allah, Tuhan sekalian alam. Salawat dan salam ke atas junjungan besar Nabi Muhammad SAW, keluarga baginda dan para sahabat baginda, dan mereka yang menyusuri jalannya hingga ke hari pembalasan. Ya Allah, Tuhan kami, Tuhan yang Maha Kaya dengan rahmat dan ilmunya, pada hari yang penuh berkah ini, Engkau satukan hati-hati kami di bawah nama-Mu, di bawah nama ilmu, di dalam sebuah perhimpunan besar yang membawa harapan, impian dan cita-cita untuk kemajuan negara, yaitu seminar masa MACFEA 2025. Maka kami memohon padamu, ya Allah, ujankanlah keberkatan dan kebaikan kepada seluruh perjalanan dan juga ahli seminar ini. Ya Allah, Tuhan kami menggunakan cahaya pada hati, bukakanlah pintu ilmu dan hikmat pada kami, luaskanlah kefahaman kami, jernihkan niat kami, dan teguhkan langkah kami dalam menimba serta menyebarkan ilmu. Jadikanlah setiap perbincangan, pembentangan, dapatan kajian dan wajan ilmiah sebagai jabatan ke arah kemajuan pendidikan, ekonomi dan kewangan negara. Semoga setiap idea yang tercetus hari ini menjadi benih kepada masa depan yang lebih cerah. Ya Allah yang menyempurnakan segala perancangan, kami berkumpul dengan jiwa yang penuh keyakinan dan harapan. Teguhkanlah semangat kami untuk terus berfikir secara kritikal, bertindak secara strategik dan bergerak secara kolektif. Jadikanlah seminar ini platform untuk membina jalan baru, memantapkan bersama antara institusi dan mengukuhkan komuniti ilmuwan negara. Campakkanlah dalam diri kami keyakinan bahawa ilmu adalah cahaya, dan dengan cahaya itu kami mampu menerangi jalan menuju kecemerlangan. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, Tuhan yang menenangkan hati, kurniakanlah kepada kami keterangan dalam membuat keputusan, ketajaman minda dalam mengkaji, kelapan dada dalam menerima pandangan, dan kegelisahan dalam memberi manfaat. Penuhi ruang seminar ini dengan aura positif, suasana saling menghormati dan budaya ilmu yang subur serta mekar. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang menyuburkan kejayaan, kami memohon agar Engkau melengkapi para penganjur MACFEA, para penyelidik, para pembentang, fasilitator, moderator dan semua peserta yang hadir. Jadikanlah usaha mereka sebagai amal soleh, dikira sebagai ibadah, dan diganjari dengan pahala yang berlipat ganda. Pemudahkanlah pelayanan setiap sesi, elakkanlah elakkanlah kami daripada gangguan, kekeliruan dan kesilapan, dan jadikanlah kami semua ini berlangsung dengan cemerlang dan awal hingga akhir. Ya Allah, pelindung negeri kami, limpahkan keberkatan ke atas Malaysia yang kami cintai. Jadikanlah negara ini terus aman, makmur dan sejahtera. Tanamkanlah dalam hati pemimpin dan rakyat sifat amanah, integriti, kesedaran ekonomi dan kecintaan kepada ilmu. Peliharalah kami dari perpecahan, kemiskinan, salah urus dan segala bentuk kerusakan yang boleh memudaratkan generasi masa depan. Ya Allah, yang Tuhan kami pemilik segala kekuatan, tingkatlah daya fikir dan kemampuan masyarakat kami untuk menghadapi cabaran global, cabaran ekonomi digital, kestabilan sosial, pendidikan berdasarkan data dan persaingan dunia yang semakin kompleks. Jadikanlah hasil seminar ini batu loncatan ke arah dasar yang lebih baik, inovasi yang lebih bernilai, serta ekosistem ilmu yang lebih mampan. Ya Allah, yang kami yang mengampunkan doa, apa yang kami mulakan hari ini, jadikanlah ia permulaan kepada kebaikan yang besar. Apa yang kami bincangkan hari ini, jadilah ia manfaat kepada masyarakat. Dan apa yang kami tinggalkan selepas seminar ini, jadikanlah ia legasi intelektual yang menyumbang kepada kesejahteraan negara. Sekali, Ya Allah, satukan hati kami, kukuhlah persaudaraan kami dan sempurna perhubungan kami ini dengan keberkatan-Mu. Rabbana 'alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaika al-masir. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar wa adkhilna jannata ma'al abrar. Ya Aziz ya Ghaffar ya Rahman ya Rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Dr. Amir. Alright, now let us proceed with our first agenda for today's program. It is my honor to invite our conference chair, Dr. Shamsul Azahari Zainal Badari, to deliver the welcoming address. Let us welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and also those who come for this conference. Welcome to the 29th MACFEA International Conference 2025. It is truly inspiring to see such an incredible gathering among us, especially among the researchers, academicians, students, and also innovators that united by a shared mission to empower consumers and families in rapidly changing world. This year's theme, Empowering Consumer and Families, Innovations in Financial Resilience, Economic Well-being and Sustainable Consumption, is not just timely, it is essential. We are living through an era defined by digital transformation, economic uncertainty, and also growing environmental pressures. Families today face challenges that are more complex than ever before, but within these challenges lie tremendous opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and positive change. That is precisely why we are here. Over the course of this conference, we will dive into forward-thinking idea on how the digital and also technology, especially AI, can strengthen financial resilience, how families can thrive in the face of inflation, shifting labor markets and rising household demands, and also how businesses can lead the way in sustainable and ethical marketing practices. And also the last one, how policies and research can build a more inclusive and more equitable future. This conference is not only a platform for knowledge sharing, but also a catalyst for the action. We are here to spark new partnership, challenge traditional perspectives, and also design solutions that improve the life of consumers and families everywhere. To all presenters and participants, thank you for bringing your expertise, passion.
Baru dia fokuskan snap ini.
organizing things and also all contributors. Your dedication has made it gathering possible, and your work continues to elevate the faith. As we begin this year's conference, I encourage everyone to connect transformative changes. With that, it is my great pleasure to welcome you and
thank you, Mr. Chan. Sorry, Mr. Chen Hong. I always remember my other, I call it our ex-student, Dr. Chen, but he's not around. He's supposed to be here, isn't he? Online. Okay. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to everyone, honored guests, distinguished speakers, dedicated organizing committee, fellow researchers, and to all participants. We have both online and face-to-face. A very warm welcome to all of you. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today to officially open the 29th MACFEA International Conference 2025. It is a real pleasure to look out and see many of you here, both here in the room and also online, and also not just from Malaysia, across to the participants. Those who will be involved in sharing their thoughts and research, not just from Malaysia but from other parts of the country, of the world. So your presence in this room, especially in this conference, is a sign of our shared commitment. Frankly, I can't think more of a more important or urgent time for us to come together like this, especially when we look at the themes that for this conference. I would like to thank Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Azizah Harun for accepting our invitation with a short notice, and we are sorry for that. Inviting her to be our keynote speakers today. So if you all have managed to browse our conference program books, you can see that our invitation to Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah is satisfied, especially in elaborating or in giving an in-depth explanations of our themes or the conference themes today. And also I would like to thank to our panelists, our international panelists. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Our very close friends of MACFEA, Professor Dr. Chandra Primananto Kancha. I forgot the Professor Kancha Chandra.
Yes, Kanchar, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, very sorry. From Erlangga University. That's our close friends. So So when we have, we think of figures from Indonesia to give thought about consumer, Indonesian consumer. We always think about why not we try from ganja first. Alhamdulillah, he never declines our invitation. Thank you, Prof. Also, Assistant Professor Dr. Ding T. Tan Wong from she is attached to University of Wisconsin, United States, and also University of Economics and Businesses, Vietnam. Assistant Professor Dr. Alka Dingra is another name that we are quite familiar. She used to be with us in our international discourse last time. Thank you, Dr. Alka Dingra from Chandigarh University in India, and also Mr. Muhammad Abrar Suraprajali is MAPS consultancy from the Republic of Mauritius. I thought at first I thought it's from Malta, but then is it actually from the Republic of Mauritius? It's very far from us, from here in Malaysia. It's not that close, but he is here around. But he couldn't be with us together because she has food poisoning at present. But however, he will be online with us. Thank you. Thank you for all your support for MACFEA. For those who may be new to our family, allow me to briefly introduce who we are. As always, as the president of MACFEA, I will also be acting as the ambassador of MACFEA. Wherever I go, I will always introduce what is MACFEA, because first that I have to make sure that they pronounce it correctly. We used to be called MACFEA last time, and even recently when there's an inaugural speech by our deans, our deputy chancellor also pronounced, we call us MACFEA. So I told him that it's not MACFEA, it's MACFEA. Okay, so MACFEA represents Malaysian Association of Consumer and Family Economics. It's not just a professional body, we are a collective voice and a driving force. So if you look at our website, we involve not just doing research, but we do also advocacy programs. And also we do give our thought on all certain consumer issues that happens to this in Malaysia. So for decades we have stood at the intersection of economics, finance and the lived experience of the households. So our mission is to advance knowledge, influence policy and promote practices that strengthens the economic well-being of consumers and families. So we believe that financial literacy is not a luxury. Welcome to the Cheng. But a fundamental life skills, and sustainable consumption is not a trend, but a collective responsibility. So through research, education and advocacy, detailed on our platform at macfea.com.my, that is our website. We strive to be the catalyst for a more financially resilient and economically just society. So please, if you have the opportunity, do go to our website. There's a lot of information with regards to MACFEA, and if you want to publish, there are two journals of consumer, Malaysian consumer or General Pengguna Malaysia, and also we have one corpus journal. It's Q3 at present. It's we call it as MACFEA, the acronym is MACFEA. So we like to invite you to come and publish with us. Colleagues and friends, we are living through some intense, as mentioned by Dr. Samsul just now, we are living some intense and accelerated changes. Digital technology is not just evolving, it is fundamentally reshaping the fabrics of our societies. How we work, how we connect, and crucially how we manage our economic life. So at the very same time, households everywhere are feeling the squeeze. Global economic pressures keep mounting, inflations remain a concern, even though Malaysia's inflation is in control, but the impact we can still feel it. Financial stability can feel like a distant dream for many. So families are being asked to navigate this perfect storm, steering through financially uncertainty, shouldering new responsibility for environmentally sustainability, all while trying to become more informed and better protected in an increasingly complex marketplace. So that is why we choose our conference theme, empowering consumers and family, innovation in financial resilience, economic well-being, and sustainable consumption. We do hope that our keynote speakers will give us a clear picture of this theme today, inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Sharifah. So, as you all know, this is not just a collection of buzzwords. It gets to the very heart of what actually matters to the well-being of our communities right now. So we are not just here to talk about problems, they are here to roll up our sleeves and find the real and actionable solutions. So let's pause and reflect some of this. I'm sorry, Dr. Sharifah, I'll just take a little bit of it. I'm not going in depth of this topic. In a world of rapid digital transformations, economic volatility, and climate urgency, as we all know, we are facing we call that onion saya. So the Malaysian we experience it, but it becomes worse in Thailand and Indonesia. So the consumer is no longer a passive actor. We place an important actor in this, in ensuring all this. So the family unit is not just a social cell, but an economic one, navigating complex financial landscapes. So financial resilience is no longer just about saving for a rainy day. It is about building a shock absorbent system that allows families to withstand global pandemics, inflationary pressure, and personal financial setbacks. Economic well-being moves beyond mere income. It encompasses dignity, security, and the capability to pursue aspirations, to educate our children, care for elderly, and age with grace. So I will touch later on a little bit on this. And the other terms that in the theme is sustainable consumption. So many now are talking about sustainable consumptions. So this is the critical link. It is the conscious choice that aligns our personal financial health with the health of our planet. It is the understanding that the most economical choice in the long run is often the most sustainable one. The crucial catalyst that binds these three pillars together is innovation. So innovation in fintechs that democratize financial services. Innovation in education that make complex concepts simple. Innovation in policy that protects the vulnerable. So and innovation is in our own daily choices. So and this need is not unique to any one nation. So it happens everywhere. So just look at the recent global conversation like the World Economic Forum's latest reports on economic resilience in aging societies. It underscores a vital point to the challenges that we face, which are interconnected and universal. They do not respect borders. So addressing them effectively call for fresh cross-disciplinary thinking and robust international collaboration, which is exactly what MACFEA stands for, and what this conference is designed to foster. And I also keep on insisting, especially to my colleague in the Faculty of Human Ecology, that when we look at human ecology, it's always about system thinking. And when we talk about system thinking, it's about looking at the real issue as a whole, wholesomes of the issue, rather than you look at compartmentalized issue. So that is what the important things, the vital point for this. So this brings me to one of the most exciting segments of our program, the International Expert Forum. So this year, actually, we have done this in the early year of 2025. At the end of the 2021, we try again managed to do it. We are truly privileged to have with us distinguished scholars from Indonesia, represented by Prof. Dr. Ganjar from Indonesia, and from Vietnam, Assistant Professor Dr. Alka Dingra, and from from Vietnam, Associate Professor Dr. Ding Thi Tan Van. From India, Assistant Professor Dr. Alka Dingra, and from Republic of Mauritius, with Mr. Muhammad Abraham Suraprajali. So each of them will bring a wealth of unique insights grounded in the rich and varied experience of their home countries on critical issues from consumer protections, financial empowerment, to the practicalities of sustainable consumption. So this kind of exchange is a lifeblood of MACFEA. It's about learning from each other, expanding our perspective, and seeing how local innovations can inform global strategies. So the conversations we start here in this forum will undoubtedly help us build a more nuanced and effective understanding of how to support families and individuals everywhere. But let also be clear, this is not just another conference, meaning that we come here, we hear that what the speakers are going to give us, or we present our finding, and that's it. No, it's not that. It is a dynamic space for energy and ideas. It is where scholars present cutting-edge research that can, I believe, will shape the future policy. So don't underestimate your findings. It's a very important finding that can be used to shape our future policy of Malaysia and also the rest of the world. It is where new and lasting connection are formed, and where both thinking is formed into real collaboration. So, and speaking of collaboration, I want to take this opportunity to extend a formal and heartfelt invitation. Dr. Sam Kimon mentioned to me when organizing this conference, he received a few requests to organize a conference together. So MACFEA is deeply interested in pursuing concrete collaboration with our international colleagues. We envision partnership beyond this conference. We would be honored to explore co-hosting future MACFEA conference in your respective countries. We have done it with Prof. with Erlangga University. We tried to organize it with some other university after this, and we have also been approached by a few local universities, and also from international, from outside Malaysian universities. And we would like honor to explore our hosting MACFEA conference in your respective country, creating a truly rotating international platform. Furthermore, we are eager to initiate joint research projects, co-author publications, and establish continuous intellectual discourse on the pressing issues of our time, be it consumer or family economics. That are two main topics important topics of MACFEA: consumers and family economics, plus sustainable consumption. So the complexity of digital economy or advancing financial literacy. Let us use this event as a starting point to build these bridges together. Of course, an event of this scale and ambition does not happen by itself. It is the result of immense dedication and painstaking efforts, like being faced by one of our committee, Dr. Iwan, organizing the technicalities of this conference, at the same time facing problem at home, where his family is facing flooding. Rumah dia masuk air banjir up till your knee level. So that's why I told him that after this conference, he might organize pass trip to his house and try to help him clean his house. To clean his house. So none of this would be possible without our incredible organizing committee, which includes the technical people. This is the people that help us to ensure that here it's successful here and also successful online. To each and every one of you, thank you very much for where you have worked tirelessly and often behind the skin to bring this vision to life. Your commitment is the engines that keep MACFEA moving forward as a leader in consumer and family economics, both here at home and also in the international stage. On behalf of everyone, I extend our deepest gratitude. Thank you very much. And to every single of you in this room, thank you for your patience, your expertise, and your unwavering belief in this mission. So over the next few hours, I encourage you all to dive headfirst into the discussion, ask questions, challenge bold assumption, and seek out new partnership. Engage with the speakers, connect with someone from different disciplines. I know we have various disciplines here together in this conference. So my sincere hope is that what starts here in this hall and also online over coffee does not stop here. May the idea we share ignite a change reaction that inspire let's inspire real and on the ground change, inform smarter and more compassionate policies, and renew our collective energy for the essential work of empowering consumer and building stronger and more resilient families. I wish you all productive, eye-opening, and truly inspiring conference experience. Together, let us keep pushing forward for consumer empowerment, for family well-being, and for a more resilient and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Ahmad for the warm introduction and inspiring remarks. All right, we will now proceed to the keynote session. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Azizah Harun from the Faculty of Human Ecology, University Putra, Malaysia. She is a leading scholar in consumer, consumption, and family economics with academic training from IIUM, the University of Alabama, and the University of Missouri. Dr. Sharifah has led and contributed to extensive research on consumer empowerment, aging, economic well-being, and household economics. And she has more than 20 major projects and collaborations with agencies such as the World Bank, MOF, LHTN, and also the ASEAN Secretariat. She's also served as the Malaysia's coordinator for the Global National Transfer Accounts Project, the NTA project. She has published widely with more than 90 journal articles and also several books. She also serves on multiple editorial boards. Dr. Sharifah is also a certified Islamic financial planner and an accredited action learning coach. And personally, she is also my lecturer, and she is the first who exposed me to the world of consumer science. All right, so yeah, she's the reason why I'm standing here today. All right, so please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Azizah Harun to deliver a keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the kind introduction. Prof. Ahmad Ariza, President of MACFEA, Dr. Samsul Azhari Zainal Badari, and Chairperson of the 29th MACFEA Conference, Secretariat, Exco members, participants online and face-to-face. Okay. Selamat sejahtera and very good morning to everyone. Okay. What I will be sharing today is not really based on any research, so I am not going to share you numbers and things like that. It's just a conceptual framework, a conceptual paper through my reading, and for that purpose, I will be sharing that with you. Yeah? So it is an honor to stand before you today at this important seminar, where we gather not just to discuss ideas, but to ignite a movement, okay? A movement to empower Malaysian consumers and families in time of economic uncertainties, rapid innovation, and environmental urgency. This is what has been explained by Prof. Ahmad just now. This is actually a movement that should start with education, grows through action, and culminates in citizenship. So that will be our highest possible dream to achieve in terms of consumer empowerment. So today I would like to invite you guys to reimagine the Malaysian consumer, not just as a buyer, but as a citizen who are informed, resilient, empowered to shape markets, policies, and futures. Okay, am I going to control this on my own? How long do I have for this speech actually? So that I can adjust my time. 1 hour, okay. 1 hour lecture, okay. Okay, next one. Okay, so the purpose of my presentation today is to share my vision actually, based on my previous work and also the reading that I have done on the rise of pengguna warga negara. In a way, it's a Malay version of consumer citizens. The empowered Malaysian citizen consumer, a consumer who is informed, skilled, confident, and active. The consumer who makes reasoned decisions and sometimes sacrifices personal pleasure for the common good, meaning that they are of mutual interest rather than self-interest. The empowered pengguna warga negara, the citizen consumer, is not just a buyer, okay, but a decision maker, advocate, and agent of change. So today I'll take you into, why is it so fast? I can control it myself. It's okay. So today I'll walk you through 5 parts, okay? We define the consumer empowerment, and then I'll explore the pillars of consumer empowerment, the psychological roots and how we map it. And then we look at the familiar consumer profile and how empowerment evolves across life stages. Okay, so I want you to reflect back. Think about the time when was the last time we feel that way, powerless. Sometimes we feel powerless regardless of how good we are in the market, because we are human. So at times we feel powerless. So was it because of the external factors, barriers, laws, regulation, or does it really come from within you? Okay, you don't have to answer that. It's just that we have been there. All of us have been there. And this is what we call oppression in a way due to block of power. Okay? So when we feel powerless, whether paralyzed by our own thoughts and silenced by external barriers, such as the regulation, it is not an individual struggle. Everybody has gone through that path before. So it reflects deeper structure of oppression, whether we realize it or not. Yeah? The power blockade that keep people passive, disadvantaged, or vulnerable. Okay. To understand why why empowerment really matters, we must first confront these forces. Okay, what caused this power block? All right, that restrict agency and deny consumer the freedom to act. So we must understand what is actually the actual problem. Is it from within? Is it from outside? Then we know how to find the solution. Yeah? So consumer empowerment is not about knowing your rights. Knowing your right doesn't mean that you will be more empowered. Okay, you increase the chances of being empowered, but you will not be necessarily become more empowered because of that. Empowerment is not just about access or information. It's about the ability to act. Some people, they have so much information and knowledge, but they don't act on it. Okay, they got stuck in their head. So it's not empowerment. Okay, so giving education, you just increase the chances of you become an empowered person. but you will not necessarily become one. All right? So let's explore how we define it and why it matters more than ever now. Muhammad has explained that we have all this condition where life is a bit more difficult now compared to before and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Probably I can just walk here. Oh, okay. This is what I was talking about just now on what really oppress power block. Okay. Power block can come from external or internal. This is what we call structural power block because of the block of access due to laws and regulation and market misinformation or manipulation. And normally it is reinforced by modern day phases, globalization, trade liberalization, and things like that. So it becomes worse. Okay, so this is based on McGregor, 2005, and Sen, 1999. However, we must also acknowledge that oppression is also come from within. Okay, we are doing it to ourselves. So oppression also lives within us, internalized belief, being helpless, self-limiting belief, lack of confidence, cultural norms, and silence agency. So that's come from us. So consumers stand trapped between this wall, just like what you see here. They are trapped in between this wall. Whether it is actually a ceiling that you don't see or actual external block, okay, block of power. So empowerment is to break out that blockage, whether it is internal or external. Yeah, the bridge to dismantle both wall and reclaim agency, so that you become more empowered. So empowerment relate to getting rid of obstacle, giving power or authority, obtaining power. So always talk about power because the word empowerment comes from two words which will be discussed a bit later. Yeah. So empowerment is not a single act, it's a climb over structural walls and internal ceiling. So you must know what is actually the reason. So empowerment means breaking both, meaning helping consumers not just to survive the system, but to reshape them. In other words, empowerment is not just about gaining strength, it's about dismantling the brick that blocked it. Okay. The next one is on the word itself. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So the word empowerment consisted of two syllables, M and power. Okay, power, Power Ranger and whatnot, talking about power. M meaning enable, instill, put into. And power means capacity to act, decide, or reinforce. Sorry, because of my power. So before we talk about consumer empowerment, let's understand it. What does it mean? So I hope you understand. Empower is to instill capacity to act or decide. This is what it means. Yeah? So without action, empowerment is incomplete. Thank you. Oh, okay. To the left, to the right? Okay, right. Without action, empowerment is incomplete. Not just a feeling, it's a force. Okay? So to empower is to put power into someone, not just give them strength, but the ability to use it meaningfully. So empowerment, we can broadly define as the process of gaining control, okay? Getting confidence, the capacity to make decision, that affect one's life. Basically, what is important to you? You should be in control of that. All right, what is it? Whatever that means. If you are a consumer, probably when you are purchasing something, when you are interacting with the other parties. So that is actually what is important to you. So the heart of consumer empowerment is education. Without education, you may not be able to pursue it. Okay, education that equips consumer with knowledge, skill, and mindset to act. Education is preventive, defensive, and transformative. Okay, preventive meaning that if you have the knowledge and skill, you will be able to prevent something bad from happening during your interaction. Or defensive, sometimes we are super good at certain things, we are human, we still make mistakes. So being an empowered consumer meaning that you know how to defend it, you know where to go, how to solve it and whatnot. So that is why I was talking about preventive and defensive, all right? And it is transformative, okay? Okay, so now since we understood, I hope we understand what is empowerment by dissecting this word, a simple one, yeah? Okay? So let's explore how do we measure it? Kat atas, okay. Is that okay? It's all right, we can just proceed, yeah? So we have seen empowerment as a journey shaped by capability and action. Capabilities normally consisted of your knowledge, your skill, and your psychological aspect. For example, being resilient, that is the quality that you have as a person, your behavior. Something that we cannot see, yeah? But manifested through what we choose to do. Okay. And we have explored how oppression is now the power block that can paralyze consumer or restrict their choices. However, consumer empowerment is not unique. Empowerment is never confined to one discipline. So many disciplines is actually applying this concept in their own way. All right. So let's explore what we have. When we talk about other discipline, we have education, we have healthcare, where patient has the ability to decide whether to continue or otherwise in getting treatment or healthcare services from the service provider, for example. Community development is another area. So education, patient, student, patient, and also members of the community can become the target of their empowerment process. So the same thing, it happens in the consumer area. The consumer area, the interest in applying consumer empowerment in our area is because their interest in self-reliant, that becomes the basis of the consumer movement actually. It was like long time ago, right? So we can see here, having greater control and agency in the marketplace, making informed choices, and advocating for others. That is basically what is out there when they try to define consumer empowerment from the consumer perspective. Okay, so we can see here, empowerment in all of these disciplines, they are actually a journey and also a destination. So we cannot see empowerment just as the ultimate outcome of something. It is also a journey as well. So we need to combine both to see a more wholesome perspective of what is actually consumer empowerment. Okay. So across all this discipline, empowerment means enabling people to act with confidence and purpose. Okay, what is important to them? It varies according to the discipline itself. Education, the focus is on the student. We want them to learn how to critically think about something, right? Something like that. And for the patient, we want them to understand they have the right to decide what will be best for them in terms of getting treatment and things like that. Okay. Because consumers are vulnerable, so people infuse that in the consumer movement and talk about consumer empowerment. This is to avoid exploitation and also misinformation in the market and things like that. So at the moment, we can see that it is mostly a journey, all right? But some people can describe that someone who has go through the journey will be such and such, having such and such criteria, yeah? So it is a universal one. So empowerment is also a universal concept in education, health, communities, and things like that. In these three disciplines, they are liberating the target audience. But here, in the consumer perspective, it is a lifelong process shaped by education, experience, and opportunity to make us more resilient, to make us more active, not becoming so passive when we are interacting with the players in the market. Okay. So we can see that I'm not going to go through all this because this is just to show you there are so many definitions that people provided when they try to explain consumer empowerment. Okay, so it's a whole lot of definition. It's like a spectrum. There is no specific perspective of how you can define. It's not static. It's not static. It's a process. It's a perception. And as a result, how to measure it? We have been having a lot of difficulty trying to measure it. What would be the best perspective to get a more wholesome measurement of consumer empowerment? Yeah? So since we understand that consumer education is the foundation of consumer empowerment, so I come up with my own definition. This is based on my own reading and my previous work on consumer empowerment, working with Dr. Shoaili and also Prof. Laili on developing the index of consumer empowerment. Yeah? Okay, but this is an updated version, I suppose. Yeah? Okay. So an empowered consumer is someone who understands and master their environment. Okay, you are in the market. So what is your environment? Rahman, I'm sure he will be talking about the whole layer of environment where the consumer is actually situated. All right, the micro, macro, and things like that. But it depends on how do you interpret environment. Yeah. So specifically when you talk about consumer, you should be talking about market because those are the place where you are transacting. It takes proactive action, prevent harms through knowledge and skill, and when challenge arise, respond with confidence. Okay, by solving the problem or knowing where to seek help. So this is based on what I think a good definition of empowerment based on what I have researched so far. Yeah? So an empowered consumer is also described as someone who are informed, proactive, and resilient. Never give up. Suppose don't give up, kan? Right? Able to prevent harm, act with confidence, and turn challenges into opportunities. So this is actually the criteria or the characteristic of an empowered person. We see it as an outcome of the whole process. Okay. Now we talk about empowerment. Yeah? Empowerment we see here as both the journey and also the process or the outcome. Yeah? So we can understand from this definition, empowerment means in today's world, Not just knowing, when you have knowledge, it doesn't mean that you are empowered. It's not enough. But acting, that's the best word that you have to attach to any empowerment concept. Not just surviving, but thriving. Okay? An empowered consumer is resilient, confident, and capable. Capable in mastering his environment and also trying to prevent and solve problems related to what he has to go through within the environment. Yeah? Ready to protect their rights and champion others. The second part is the most important part because sometimes we forgot. We always talk about ourselves. Okay, we want to champion our self-interest. We forgot to talk about other people's interest, which is our mutual interest. Yeah, okay, champion others. We become advocates for others. So empowerment is not just a trait; it's a journey. This definition gives us the destination, but how do we get there? How do we get there? Okay, so later I will explain about the consumer empowerment framework. Yeah. So this journey to empowerment is not automatic. It requires a vehicle, whether you find it on your own or someone give it to you through education, but there must be some basis there. Yeah. And the vehicle is consumer education. Some people, they know how to teach themselves things, new skills. That is a good thing. Still, they need some education attached to the newfound criteria or characteristic that they try to build in terms of consumer and empowerment and things like that. Yeah? So education, why education is important? Because it builds literacy, okay? Your ability to understand things, strengthen capability. We have skill, applying what we know, and protect the vulnerable. It transforms passive consumer into active one, hopefully. Because what I said just now, you may get education. Education is just increasing your chances to be empowered, but you will not necessarily be empowered once you are educated. Okay? Action is another important part in understanding empowerment. So without consumer education, empowerment remains a dream. With it, empowerment becomes a strategy. Okay, to develop the country, to make sure that we have a good bunch of consumers who are not passive and will generate the economy more positively by having that kind of person, for example. Yeah? Okay, so to understand this journey, we need tools to help us map where consumers are and where they are headed. Let's begin with the empowerment metric. This is also things that I come up with based on my reading. Okay, so we can understand that consumer education is at the base there. We have 4 pillars of consumer empowerment. The first one is knowledge, skill, and psyche. Psyche is your internal psychological capital. Some people are more resilient, some people are more assertive, and that gives a very good impact on the whole process. So knowledge, skill, and psyche, a combination of these three can define capabilities. So capabilities in the literature, they define it as a combination of knowledge, skill, and attitude, something that you cannot see but within an individual. Okay, we also need to understand what kind of things that need to expose all these people so that they become more empowered. Okay, just like what I said before, preventive and defensive information and skill. How to prevent? Maybe they understand how to make comparison, for example. So it talks about decision making, literacy, numeracy, resource management. How do you manage your resources? How to choose your goods? How to maximize your utility? Something like that, yeah? Okay. Making complaints. That is defensive. Remember, we have preventive and defensive. And sustainability. This is talking about beyond self. Okay, what is the impact of my consumption on others? even though that person is way far away from where I live, or I can even see. All right, so I am concerned about that regardless. Okay, so this is the first three. And then the most important one is taking action. Whatever that you know, you must, put it to use. Some people, they have so much knowledge, but they got stuck in their head, nothing done. And they are not empowered because of that. So empowerment requires action to be done. You have the capability and using that capability to do something about your environment that you feel important to you, or anything that you feel important. For example, your body. When you see a doctor, okay, you have the right to decide whether you want to pursue or otherwise. But sometimes we forgot because the service provider is the one having a lot of knowledge. So we thought that we are at their mercy. It's not necessarily true. Okay. 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 These four pillars will support what we intend to become, which is empowered consumer, blah, 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 the definition that I shared with you just now. Right? This is at a slightly lower layer. Okay, later on we are going to see, because I try to stack up the information so that you can follow the whole process that I try to expose you to, yeah? Okay, so this is actually further explanation of what is out there. You remember that four pillars? The first and the second one is talking about knowledge and skill. Okay, so what kind of skill that we need to understand or acquire? The number one, legal literacy. I believe that this is actually one of the biggest component that you must have a good grasp in order for you to get a good knowledge before you try to go out there. Okay, legal literacy, understand your rights, know how to avoid scam, how to lodge complaint, and how to navigate the market safely. Because we also have this face-to-face and also online. Okay, yeah, okay. Financial literacy, know how to manage your money. We don't want people to be in debt because they are interested to buy something from Shopee, for example. Okay, and some people, they have this Shopee, on the phone. And we can tell that they are actually very active in there. Yeah? So you must understand what is your priority, how to manage your money, can you afford it, and things like that. Yeah? Okay, so I'm not talking about how to expand your wealth, and those are actually a different ball game. Probably those who are in the finance area will be able to go deeper on that one. Yeah. Okay, it is also you must also understand that numeracy is another aspect. How to calculate things. If you are talking about managing your money, how do you calculate the interest? How much is charged? Okay, how to make unit comparison. Okay, how to make a decision based on that. So those are the numeracy. You also need to understand sustainability literacy, knowing your impact on other people, on the environment, on the other than you. Okay, because we have impact on everything else. Our consumption will be impacting us positively and negatively. Positively, it will increase our quality of life, right? And for other people, they have to extract some resources in order for the manufacturer to supply you with goods and services. So extraction of resources, and also the outcome of after you're done with your consumption, you also need to think about the waste. So how much garbage did you put into the environment? So that is also things that you must consider when you talk about sustainability. How can we fulfill our current consumption without really taking what is our future generation? For example, we talk about sustainability from that perspective, yeah? Digital literacy, because everybody is talking about buying online, where everything become technologically driven. So digital literacy becomes very important to acquire. the skill and also the knowledge. How to be safe. If we buy online from Amazon, if there are some issues, who should I talk to? Is it Malaysian government or is it the US government? We need to find out and understand that. So knowledge is not just information. It's not only information. It's protection, preparation, and power. Some people say that ignorance is a bliss. It's not, sometimes. Sometimes it is in certain contexts, but most of the time it's not, especially now. Okay, and skill is actually the translation of what you know. Skill turns knowledge into action because you know how to do it. Some people are not committed to do something because they have no idea how to do it. Probably you're asking people, okay, why don't you do recycling and why not? They refuse to do that, not just because they refuse to do that, just because they do not know how to start. So knowledge really put you in a better path of improving yourself, doing something that you may not be able to do before without knowledge. Yeah? Okay. So this is the PsyCap. This is actually based on a research done by Lieutenants Yusuf and Avolio in 2007. They specifically identified 4 psychological capital. Okay, I tried to use their scale, but they are actually copyrighted. So we have to ask for their scale to allow us to use and things like that. So they applied in a different discipline as well. Yeah? So hope, resilience, efficacy, and optimism. They call it HERO. Hope, efficacy, resilience, and optimism. And this is also applicable in the context of consumer empowerment because if you are hopeless, you will not do anything, right? You must be hopeful. You must be optimist. You must understand you are able to do something and change the world, for example, efficacy. If you are not confident with your knowledge, then you refuse to even start doing anything about it. Okay? Resilient, meaning that if you get turned down, you keep on doing the same action again. And some people, they are not resilient. They got turned down the first time, and they refuse to do it for the rest of their life. Okay? And they are not resilient. Resilient meaning just like ticks kutu, when you try to squish it, it will just bounce back. So that is what we call resilient. Yeah? So PsyCap strengthen the inner resources of consumer. This is your internal capital. This is your psychological capital. So with this one, a combination with this kind of a capital, it will turn knowledge and skill into lasting empowerment. And consumer education, if you are able to do this, it will become more sustainable. In Malaysia, it's not sustainable because it comes from outside. They refuse to internalize it. That is why we keep on educating people, but they don't really doing it for themselves. They're doing it for an external reward from probably, yeah. Okay. So that's why now we talk about consumer rights. So they always talk about that, but they refuse to accept the responsibility as part of it, something like that. So it's not sustainable. So we end up hearing all the time people talk about, being cheated in the market and whatnot because consumer education is not sustainable. We keep on doing the same thing over and over again. So we are not really moving so much. Okay. I also want to share, there are so many terms that we have heard before. Smart consumer, knowledgeable consumer, savvy consumer, competent consumer, right? We have heard of this, right? Okay, so what is that in the context of consumer empowerment? Okay, if we map it using the 3 pillars just now, we can understand smart consumers. I am not going to read this, probably you can just read it on your own. We talk about PsyCap, confident, resilient, savvy, meaning that street smart. So this is actually the component that is being highlighted with this kind of definition. Knowledgeable, talking about the cognitive side, knowledge. So it's not wholesome. So it refers to a small part of the whole construct. Okay? Savvy consumer, talking about skills. Combine knowledge with strategic behavior, skill in navigating complex systems, things like that. So we talk about skill and action. So this is quite a good one, savvy consumer, yeah? But missing talking about knowledge. So probably they assume skill one comes with knowledge. Yeah? Competent consumer talks about skill and psyche, making decision, feeling able to do something about what they know. Literate consumer is talking about knowledge. Yeah? So it is actually a progression towards the consumer empowerment. Just bits and pieces. Alhamdulillah, I managed to construct this typology within few days or few hours. Okay. So I try to map action and capability. Just now, remember, I defined capability as a combination of knowledge, skill, and also psyche, your internal capital. Okay. So based on this, disengaged, uninformed, at risk of exploitation. If you are having low capability but high action, less knowledge or less capable, but you are willing to do something. This is like normally a young one. They don't have much, but they're willing to try something. So this is what I call reactive. And they are actually vulnerable because they may get injured in the process of getting something from the market. So I adapted this from Sen for the capability, McGregor, Ahmad Suhaimi, and also, I don't know how to say the last one. Okay, so that was in 2014. And then after that, I was thinking, how can we put it into a different layer? Talking about a different level of empowerment. Okay, so now I was thinking about how can I put it in a pyramid? So the right-hand side is the pyramid of consumer empowerment. We have 4 levels. Each level has 2 types of consumer. Okay, at the lowest level, disengaged consumer, consumer with little capability or agency. Agency ni you punya kebolehan, okay. Helpless consumer, psychologically resigned, perceive no agency, they become helpless, all right? And they are passive. So these 2 can fall under this level. The second level is what we call structurally limited consumer. They may be constrained by barriers despite their potential and motivation. Probably some socio-demographic characteristic that they have, which may hinder them from being active, right? So this is what we call the disadvantaged consumer and vulnerable consumers. Everyone, when we talk about vulnerability, we talk about the risk Yeah. So I just want to remind you again that capability, the one that I map it with the action, is an integration of knowledge, skill, and attitude. Okay, so I was thinking, is it enough to be able to just make sure that you are not hurt in the market? Okay? We always forgot that we also have the responsibility making sure that other people are not hurt. Why don't we share what we know? Why don't we think beyond ourselves? Society before me, for example. Yeah? Okay. So this is on the left-hand side is the definition that I have shared earlier on empowered consumer. Okay, basically, preventive, defensive, and things like that. Basically, you are good at taking care of yourself. However, we also need to have some civic act. Okay, decision that carry social, political, environmental consequences. In other words, consumer citizenship links personal choices with their consequences. So at times, we may need to sacrifice something because we understand our role as a member of society, which may contradict with our self-interest. Okay, so self-help dimension. For the ordinary empowerment, we talk about self-help. This is self-interest. When we talk about pengguna warga negara or citizen consumer, we talk about mutual interest. So this is more like society before me. So I look at the bigger picture first before talking about what is actually my self-interest. So I adjusted a little bit, what we have shared earlier, adjusted a little bit so that we can take that into account. The same thing down there. But we can see that man is now in this picture because he is moving from talking about self-interest, moving towards a higher interest, which is mutual interest. So I am championing that we talk about pengguna warga negara or consumer citizen, because consumer citizen not only know how to take care of themselves, but they are willing to take care of others in their decision and be willing to sacrifice some decision because it contradicts with the interest of the masses. Okay, so let's look at the application. So ada masa dulu 5 minutes Okay, I will be very fast. This is very easy, yeah? Because just now was the concept, so it's a bit difficult. So on the application advocacy, okay, what can we do? We should not be thinking about empowerment as one big block. Why don't we dissect it and apply it in a different life cycle stages? Because life cycle stages refers to a different needs of that particular target group. For example, when you are young, when you just got married, when you are old, and things like that. So instead of talking about empowerment as one big block, taking the number as one number, why don't we start looking into that? This is especially important when you have demographic changes where we're becoming an aged nation. Okay, so empowerment must evolve with life, from digital parenting to retirement resilience. So everybody has their own weaknesses. So focus on every single stages, yeah? Okay, so this is another suggestion on what to do with it. Sustainability empowerment campaign, for example. Okay, we apply the concept of empowerment in there. Consumer scorecard. For example, in Malaysia, we have this consumer empowerment index under KPD and KK, all right, the Ministry of Domestic Trade. But it's not yearly done. If it is a scorecard, it will be easier for us to see the progression towards our goal then, and so on. Okay, so in conclusion, almost done. Okay. From empowered consumer to consumer citizen. Being an empowered consumer is our aspiration, but consumer citizen is our transformation. So we have to have both. aspiration, and transformation. Okay, so what I can conclude, empowered consumers are the foundation of resilient families, thriving communities. Hopefully we hear less grouses from the ground, yeah? Okay. They protect themselves, champion for others, and become agent of change, building Malaysia future with wisdom, courage, and responsibility. Empowerment is not the end, it's the beginning of a more resilient, inclusive Malaysia. So this is what I hope, yeah. So I can conclude from what we have discussed earlier. Consumer empowerment is a multi-dimensional. It requires knowledge, skill, psych and action. We have to have all this. Consumer empowerment is a lifelong process. It is both destination and a journey. It begins with knowledge, grow through skill, and sustained by psychological capital, and is realized through action. Consumer empowerment framework, the one that I showed you just now, is a snapshot and a journey. Snapshot and a journey. A journey shaped by 3 guiding framework. I also shared with you this one, the metrics, show how capability and action interact, moving consumer from passive to proactive, and the pyramid highlight the shift from structural vulnerability to advocacy, ensuring no group is left behind, just like the SDG, leaving no one behind. Yeah. So consumer empowerment is our aspiration, but consumer citizenship is our transformation. What is our aspiration? We want consumers who are informed, proactive, resilient, and this kind of criteria. And transformation, we want consumer citizens who goes beyond their self-interest. It's not about them anymore. It's about the whole other people. Yeah. Champion others and drive sustainability, shape policy. They are active in that way. Collective responsibility and systemic change. The way forward, to build consumers who are not just informed, but inspired, not just capable, but courageous, and not just empowered, but empowering others as well. Okay, so how does all this have anything to do with well-being? Because we know the theme is on the well-being. Okay, knowledge skill can lead to security and confidence. You know how to take care of your finance, less stress about money. Psychological capital, the hero, the psychiatrist just now. The well-being outcome is on the emotional stability, mental health, action, active participation. The well-being outcome is social connectedness because everybody is chipping in. And the last one, transformation into citizen consumer means individual act not only for themselves, but for others. Okay, society before me. This builds solidarity, fairness, and sustainability, which are collective dimension of well-being. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharifah, for that insightful keynote address on consumer empowerment. All right, so this concludes our morning plenary. We will now take a very quick short break before we start our forum session. Okay, so the refreshments are available at the entrance area, and we will start at 10:30. 10:30. Thank you.
Indonesia. MACFEA video. Video ke sini. Abang boleh share. Share screen.
Economic self-sufficiency.
Dengar. Dengar je Mak. Dalam Zoom ni. Iya, Mak.
On the well-being of consumers, families, and stakeholders. The organization promotes research in this field, disseminating findings to aid quality formation. Additionally, it strives to empower users to be conscientious consumers and collaborates with diverse stakeholders to achieve its vision and objectives.
Every contribute to academic discourse by publishing two active journals, MACFEA and Journal for Communication, JPF, concentrating on consumer and family economic issues. Notably, MACFEA has received recognition to efficiency in Scotland. In addition to these journals, MACFEA facilitates the exchange of knowledge and information among readers through website form registered with ISSP.
Since its inception, MACFEA has proudly spearheaded numerous successful programs and initiatives, collaborating with a diverse range of organizations such as government agencies, academic institutions, the general public, and student bodies. Our commitment to positive transformation has driven these collaborations, fostering a collective effort to bring about meaningful change. Collaboration with educational institutions has been paramount to our mission. Through research projects, workshops, and the provision of instructional materials, we have worked alongside these establishments to cultivate a culture of competitive benefiting professionals, community, and students. Engaging the public. Campaigns, workshops, and community events throughout the program. The aim is to empower individuals and families with the necessary information to navigate financial challenges effectively. Looking ahead, MACFEA ambitions extending its impact beyond its progress. MACFEA aspires to cultivate a global reputation for institution and foster international cooperation, particularly with non-governmental organizations. This strategic cooperation on educational skills is estimated our influence and contribute to the global around the world. To amplify our voices and individual contributions to the international dialogue on factors crucial to the well
Ada. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Let's take a journey to uncover what makes Malaysia truly extraordinary. In Kuala Lumpur, the vibrant heart of Malaysia, where the iconic Twin Towers rise above a city that truly has it all. Modern skyscrapers blend seamlessly with rich traditions, and every turn reveals something new, something unforgettable. Dive into Discovery and Aquaria, taking breathtaking views from KL Tower. On a marvel at the stunning architecture of the city's houses of worship. Step back in time in the Sultan Abdul Samad building, where history echoes through its majestic walls. Kuala Lumpur is a paradise for shoppers, offering everything from high-end brands and local designers to traditional craft markets that bring artistry to life. From fashion runways to events and festivals, Kuala Lumpur is always alive with a celebration of creativity and tradition. And of course, the food. Experience fresh and indulgent fine dining that brings Malaysia's diverse cuisine to life. Just a short drive to Kuala Lumpur is Putrajaya, the federal administrative capital of Malaysia, a city of grandeur, where magnificent buildings and tranquil waterways coexist in harmony. Iconic landmarks evoke a sense of awe and wonder. But beyond its majestic structures,
Okay, dear participants, we will extend for another 5 minutes. Okay, we will start straight away in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Apa ni? Bagus semua ni. Dah tak kan? Tempat sini kan? Empat semua kena online tu. Yeah.
Can you reset?
Yang last sekali. Yang last sekali. Segmen. Kau muka tengok. Dia tak tangkap sound tau. Dia tangkap bunyi suara. Dia tangkap yumbe dia. Atas. Oh, okey. Sudah mute tu ya.
Saya ikut gambar kecil tadi mempat.
Betul.
Terus berita.
Hello?
Betul. Wah. Tu nota tu ni cek. Apa tu? Oh. Suara terputus tadi kan.
Tadi Prof Laili.
It's about to begin shortly.
Highlight Dr. Doris.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Our next session is a virtual forum featuring perspective from across the region, and also concurrently we will proceed with our parallel session 1 at the same time. So for session 1 presenters, please proceed to the boardroom 2 and level 1. All right, for the virtual forum session, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator for this forum, Associate Professor Dr. Doris Fatmini. The forum will feature esteemed panelists from Indonesia, Vietnam, India, and the Republic of Mauritius. Let's give a warm welcome to our moderator and panelists. All right, Dr. Doris, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. A very good morning to everybody. Let's do a quick check. I would like to just make sure that all our panelists are here. Professor Dr. Gansha.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank
Prof.
you.
Doris. Nice to meet you.
Same here. Assistant Professor Dr. Dane T.
Yes,
Tan
I'm
Wen.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Assistant Professor Dr. Alka Digra.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, thank you. And our last panelist, Mr. Muhammad Abra Suprajali from the Republic of Mauritius, is unable to join us this morning due to some ill health which he experienced from yesterday evening. He has sent his apologies, and he has also shared his slides, which will be shared later with all participants. So welcome everybody to the panel session. The theme of the 29th MACFEA International Conference is Empowering Consumers and Families, Innovations in Financial Resilience, Economic Well-being, and Sustainable Consumption. So today we have three very profound panelists, and I would like to give a very brief formal introduction. Professor Dr. Gansha, we are honored to welcome you, Professor. Professor Dr. Gansha
Yes.
currently serves as the Coordinator for Marketing, Business Development, and Innovation Downstreaming for Airlangga Enterprise at Universitas Airlangga in Surabaya, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Gansha is a distinguished academic and leader whose expertise contributes significantly to management education and research in the region. Welcome, Professor. Secondly, joining us from the United States and Vietnam, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Dinh T. Tan Wen. Dr. Wen holds a dual appointment, serving in the School of Business and Economics at the University of Wisconsin, Superior, and also in the Faculty of Finance and Banking at VNU, University of Economics and Business, Vietnam National University at Hanoi. Her cross-continental academic perspective brings a valuable depth to discussions on finance and international business. Welcome, Dr. Wen. Finally, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Alka Digra, who is also Assistant Dean for the Office of International Affairs at Chandigarh University in Punjab, India. Dr. Alka is a dedicated professional, combining her academic insights with practical experience in fostering international collaboration and educational initiatives. So, as an introduction, I would like to mention that we will have several rounds of question and answer with the panelists and also some presentations from them. Each panelist can share their experiences from their country regarding the questions asked and also to do a presentation to highlight what is happening in their country, which will be very useful for us as consumers as we tackle issues not just in our countries but globally. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Wen, who will be doing a presentation and her sharing first.
Do you mean me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doris. I'm going to
Welcome.
share my presentation here.
It's visible.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. And it's my pleasure to meet all of you. And I hope that some of the information that I share would be contributing to the successful of the conference here. I don't know. Okay, so brief introduction about myself. You already introduced me, so I just want to um, um, share a little bit more about myself. So I am having a degree in personal financial planning, and before that, I actually having a PhD in business administration. But because I really want to research about individuals instead of the corporates and also the public finance, so that's why I focus my research on financial well-being, financial literacy, and financial behaviors. And as you can see from my slide, there is several statistics that show the problems of the world today. We can see that from global fintech database, resilience hasn't improved in 2024. Only 56% of individuals in the world could raise emergency fund, and about 60% is still worried about one or more common financial expenses. So basically, people in the world are worrying about their finance right now. And in the UK, 17% of adults have less than 100 pounds in saving, and also 70% of them don't have even savings. I'm staying in the US right now, and I could observe that about a lot of people are not having enough emergency expenses. According to Financial Health Network in the US, there are only 37% of US adults could cover a hypothetical 400 emergency expenses, and only 31% of Americans are considered financially healthy. So obviously, we saw that financial resilience and economic well-being remain uneven, especially for the family, household, immigrants, and young adults around the world. And how can they make a sustainable and long-term consumption choice when financial stress and worries are still pushing them into short-term survival mode? So we are talking about empowering consumers and talking about sustainable consumption, but their short-term need to be satisfied first, right? So that's one of the challenges, and that's why our conference today need to answer those questions and have to have more evidence and also find more solution for not only Malaysia but global, context as well. So in today's session, I actually have 3 points that I want to raise here. The first point is that I think from looking at the research around the world, I found out that context and culture really change the financial behavior of people. Households around the world don't just differ by income, they differ in how they save, they consume, and they invest. And there are several examples, such as financial assets made up about 20% gross wealth in India, 66% in the US, and about 80% in Sweden. Or globally, we have about 79% of adults have an account, yet a lot of people in developing countries still save and borrow informally from families, from friends. So the key message I want to discuss here is that, and it might be the question for all the audience here, that the same financial literacy program or product will not work the same way in Superior, US, Hanoi, Jakarta, or Kuala Lumpur. So if we want to improve financial well-being or economic well-being, we must design tools that fit the local norm and psychology, not just income level. So that's really something that we need to look at the consumer or the household themselves, not at the image or a picture somewhere else. The second point I really want to discuss here is that most of our theoretical and empirical research knowledge about household finance or consumer always comes from developed countries, even though most of households live in developing countries. So according to Global FinTech, we saw that 1.4 billion adults remain unbanked, and majority are in developing countries. So if we are talking about average household in global research right now, it's often come from US or European household research with more stable jobs, better consumer protection, and easier access to formal products. So therefore, my message here is that if we design resilient policy or sustainable finance products based only on Western data, we risk missing or even harming the majority of households around the world. So global agenda should intentionally prioritize data and studies from developing countries and from low and middle income segments, which are still underdeveloped right now, in my opinion. So that's the second thing we need to do. And that's why this forum, this conference could bring more evidence, more data, more policies, recommendations for policymakers in developing countries. And the last point that I really want to discuss with you, and I think looking forward in the next time, the topic of the conference make me think about the importance of AI, artificial intelligence. It can be a powerful tool to empower a household, but it has to be carefully designed. According to some statistics, we can see that assets managed by robo-advisor is increasing right now, surpassed 1 trillion in 2022, and it is projected to increase about 16.7% up to year 2025, and by 2027 it can reach $4.5 trillion. And also, at the same time, report from World Bank and other researchers showing that using AI can harm for consumers, especially for the disadvantaged groups. For example, AI-driven credit scoring is considered a high-risk application. So given potential for the opaque models and biased data to the disadvantaged consumers. So therefore, even though we are thinking about AI use in all type of consumer empowerment right now. The key message here is that even though AI is useful, AI should augment household financial capability, not exploit vulnerability. That means building transparency, fairness into algorithms, testing tool with the real household in developing countries, and pairing digital advice with financial education and human support could help to use it efficiently. So those are the three main points that I think related to our conference theme today. And I think there's so many information that I have learned from keynote speech and also from the discussion that I'm waiting for in the next time. My information came from some references I have in here. And thank you so much for your attention. And I'm looking forward to the discussion with the panels and the audience as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Van. So now we will go for a round of questions, unless panelists have their own presentations to do. All right. So, Professor Dr. Gancha, you have a slide presentation?
No, maybe I'm just giving slide when we discussing the question that you gave.
Sure. Thank you. All right. So we will go to the round of questions. And so the first round of questions is on consumer or household role. What are the key behavioral shifts and practical tools that households need to adopt to actively improve their financial resilience and reduce their consumption footprint? How can technology and community initiatives empower families to make these choices habitual rather than relying solely on individual willpower? I think this question also is tied to the earlier keynote speakers' note on how to be more independent, a citizen that is not just self-empowered, but also going towards a collective citizenship, a consumer that is working together for global well-being. So we would like to start with Professor Dr. Gansha. Would you like to share your input based on experiences in Indonesia?
Okay, it will be fine, Dr. Riz. But before that, maybe I will try to share pantun. Is it okay to give pantun?
Yes, please.
Going swimming to Bali, it will make your body healthy. Good morning for everybody. Hope that you are always be happy. Okay, Prof. Doris, it's all about how to make socialization for sustainable consumer behavior, right? Okay, so based on my experience and based on my research, I will try to give some data first. Dr. Vandin, can I share something? Maybe you can stop your share screen first.
Yes, please share.
Okay, so the data that we have in Indonesia, that the consumption of electric motorcycle and cars in Indonesia has having some growing growing quantity. That the because of the government subsidies and the increasement for foreign investment, that the motorcycle sales in Indonesia having some increasement. It about 447% year to year when we compare to 2023 and in 2024. So right now we have around, in 2024, we have around 63,146 units for the motorcycle sales. And for the electric vehicle, we have seen some increasement also. So you can watch over there that the increasement happened in Indonesia. In each of the festival, the trade market for cars and motorcycle, there's been a good sales for the event. And for this one, I think it's not only about the government subsidies, it's about giving pride to the consumers. That for electric vehicle cars, that I think it's not solely they thinking about sustainability consumption. This is about the prestige. So maybe when we want to conduct research about the intention to buy the electric vehicle cars, maybe we can do some discussion about the variable of conspicuous consumption, because the intention to buy the electric vehicle cars is about to get the symbol for prestige. And in Asia, having the same things also, that the market forecasted to be grown from 68 billion dollar to become 295 US dollar by 2034. So I think it also happened in South Asia, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, that the increasing for electric vehicle having some growing activity. And I think it's also because of the prestige that got by the consumer who owning the cars. But it's not only for the vehicle. When we trying to go to eco-friendly fashion and cosmetic product, in Indonesian data, it has a significant rising that in 2024 and 2025, usually driven by youth awareness, by social media influencer, especially when we usually the youth having some intents to go for social media, TikTok, Instagram, and they watch some influencer doing some advice to having some eco-friendly fashion and cosmetic product. So I think based on that, we can go into the theory about theory of plant behavior, TPP, that we usually I'm using extended TPP, extended theory of plant behavior, that we can extend the theory and adding some more variable to explain why the consumer having some intention to buy eco-friendly products. So the data giving us a good things, and this is also the research that we have that we will presenting in this event also in this seminar. That my research is about using extended theory of plant behavior for purchase intention with the program of packaging return program for cosmetic among Gen Z. And it's supporting that theory of plant behavior that the subjective norm and perceived behavior control having some influence to the attitude and intention to buy things. So I think it's good to influence the society, especially through the influencer, to giving insight to our society. I think that is my answer for our first discussion, Prof. Doris.
Thank you, Prof. Gansha. I'd like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Alka to share your insights. Dr. Alka?
Yeah, very good morning. So sorry, there's certain technical glitch. I couldn't able to camera as such. It's my first of all privilege to being a panelist of this MACFEA International Conference, and thank you to Dr. Doris relatively to inviting me as a panelist. So I do understand about the question in the text that how this consumer household whole basically can able to impact consumer consumption footprint. So if I talk about as per the Indian context, it basically prioritize your relatively how liquid. First of all, that we need to think about, the key household behavioral shifts that could be adopted, and prioritize liquid emergency, likewise in saving and autonomous flows. So there is certain emergency buckets that has to be cleared out relatively from rupees 500 to 2000, so that they could able to make it, emergency transfers. These small amount could able to make a lot of manual promises to make a behavioral shift and make it a resilience relatively in consumer household majorly. Second point I could able to highlight here that they should move from ownership access from big ticket to durable goods in the context that how they could able to buy new things or refurbish things. This could able to also lower the upfront cost and footprints in that context. So refurbish or reselling the things can make certainly lifelong. We can take an example over here, likewise a longer life energy efficient appliances, or they can only some of the things could
Excuse
be
me, Dr. Alka, there's a request for you to switch on your video chat.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. I just faced a technical issue in that context. So give me a moment. I'm trying my best in that context.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So there is relatively low impact substitute and repairing maintaining aspect. So we have to make our mindset that we have to mend certain impactful appliances, refurbish and resell. So this could be a shift consumption from high impact to low impact substitutes and repairing maintaining. The another point could be the shift which can be helpful for as per the Indian aspects which or a global aspect which we have taken from the cases in that context, that we need to adopt simple budgeting, that is a one-click behavioral nudges. That means that rules like roundup saves or micro savings, bill reminders would able to help in bill paying orders and late fees. Similarly, there is certain technologies that has to be adopted. Like if I have taken a case study from Economic Times, that UPI or bank auto debits and the transfer small schedules amounts need to be separate. Saving instrument has to be there. So India's mobile payment penetration is very much widely accessible. So that could be a one better thing that could be able to adopted. Secondly, simple budgeting applications are there, SMS relatively, UPI receipts. All these are daily, weekly dashboards that could be done. The technology could be helpful, and it could also help with the low effort habits. Third, we could basically focus upon the rental and the subscription part. We need to access from the durables, like we do have example like Rent Mojo, Yulo. All these are the examples which are rental players, and furniture, appliances, all these could able to consumer can get from these app easily and lower down their budgets in the context and make more savings. Relatively, one more example I could able to highlight here is community finance. So rotating finance, bulk buying, community repair workshops, all these are the sevas, and there are self-help groups, which is basically provided by the government also. So how community structures are improving these programs, and these are basically reflected upon formal credit savings, and that is also done majorly with the help of community finance and local government. To make it more choices habitual, we could say that yes, beyond willpower, we should focus upon, as per the World Bank scenario, if I focus upon, there should be defaults and automation, automated enrollment into micro pension or pension schemes wherever available. Furthermore, we can also focus upon women self-help groups, where women self-help groups can create a peer pressure and share incentives where of income, like I can quote here example like Vadodara, self-help group, which is a majorly helping women to compositing turning waste into the income. Third, there is low friction digital nudges, UPI or SMS nudges. In that context, we can choose energy efficient models and consent personalized. So these are my opinion in text of majorly if I talk about India case examples, UPI in smartphones, Rent Mojo, rental furniture, self-help group Vadodara, community compositing. All these can be the part of which can make a shift in the consumer behavior by making a practical tools which can be applied and household relatively behavioral and shift to reduce the consumption footprint and to create a resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alka. Earlier, Dr. Wen's presentation, I think, already answered the questions for this question. So we will go to the round two of the question, which is the role of the employer. Earlier, we looked at the consumer or the household's role and their position in shaping a good behavior mindset that moves towards a sustainable consumption behavior. Now, let's look at the role of the employer. What is the employer's responsibility in fostering the financial resilience and sustainable consumption habits of their workforce? What innovative employee benefits beyond traditional retirement plans are emerging as crucial tools for supporting family economic well-being? So we will start with Dr. Wen.
Thank you for the question. I think one of the important role of the employer here is that they need to think about financial resilience in related to productivity and also to what we call the retention rate, right? If their employee is not having good well-being or good mental health, they cannot be productive and they may leave the jobs. So if the employer understand that importance of their roles, they would have a different initiatives to help their employer. Besides, like you said, pension plan, default saving to pension plan, I can see that from my university in Vietnam and some and university here in the US, they have several practice that can improve financial resilience for employers. For example, they have free financial coaching workshops. So they can have that to help educate their employees about how to improve financial resilience. And at the same time, beside they have the pension plan, they have a short-term kind of funds to help the employees. And also they share some of the tools for the whole university. For example, we can rent a car at the university to use. So it's just really some small practice that can help the consumers or the employees to have more better financial resilient. And we are talking about not only short term, but also long term. So if the employers understand that they need to take care of their employee, not only in the long term by pension plan, but also in the short term, their current needs, their current well-being would be helpful. So those are some small, tactics, but I think the role of employer is very important, especially in education and kind of supporting mental health. Yeah, that's my ideas. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Wen. Excellent sharing from Vietnam. Now let's hear from Prof. Gansha, your innovative ideas from Indonesia, what is already in place, or maybe some new ideas that you can put forward for us. Thank you.
Yes, when we discussing about the employer's responsibility, I think the employer talks in this day are about efficiency. That digitalization and AI helping a lot for their business process to save the money, to make some efficiency. And maybe we already heard about the concept of dark factory, that when the factory doing it with full of automatization and AI, so we didn't need the employee at all to doing that. Only one person to start the button and the factory will done in the dark condition. And it's full of efficiency, but not for employee well-being, of course. It become trade-off for the efficiency and for the employee well-being. So it make some dangerous thing for the employee, because many discussion in this day is about the firing many people and make some downsizing the size of the company size for their human resource. So when we discussing about the employer thinking, we will thinking about that. But we will discussing the other way, that based on my experience as a judges for top CSV and CSR awards, many employer has discussing about the importance of doing SDGs for their business. So right now for their CSR, corporate social responsibility, and their CSV, creating share value, they already discussing for the SDG, what kind of SDG that fit with their CSR. So the awareness for ESG has increased for the employer for responsible for their business. So I think it's a good thing that they want to do the best thing for the environment and social condition and for the corporate governance for the. But the problem is the efficiency for the business process, I think. In the other thing is about how they taking care for their for their business process, because globalization makes some pressure for them to following the standard for business process. So if they want to have partner from the multinational company, they have to following the standard for handling their pollutant, handling their waste. And based on that, I think it's a good thing also. So based on that, I think it's a good thing that they already care for environment, for the social thing, for the pollutant, and for the waste. But for the efficiency, I think it's become problem for the economy, for the human well-being, because there will be many unemployment, because the efficiency that conducting by digital and AI things. I think that's my perspective, Prof. Doris.
Thank you, Prof. Gansha. So looks like the world is becoming more challenging when you want to go on one side, move towards digitalization and AI. On the other side, there is, wow, are we able to help the well-being of the workers, the society at large, and also the environment? That's a very good take from you, Prof. Gansha. Now let's go to India. Dr. Alka, would you like to share on the employer's role in helping to increase the well-being of the society in terms of consumer resilience and consumption well-being?
Yeah, so thank you for this question basically. So yeah, there is an employer role and responsibility for these innovative benefits. Likewise, if I mention here that beyond pensions, the employer must internalize on a lot of household financial stress in that context. So they therefore have business interest in workforce financial resilience in that context. So as an Indian employer, if I talk about the survey which we have being done in the past relatively for well-being in the top HR priority, that basically there are certain points which I would like to highlight, that there is a high impact benefits beyond traditional retirement plans. The first point which I can reflect upon here is earned wage access. So on demand pay, let employee access already earned pay before payday to avoid high cost borrowing and late fees. So Indian earned wage access, there are certain you can say platforms like Refine, Flexon, Emerald. They have scaled within employers and lower wage segments. So these are reducing short-term liquidity shocks and push households into predatory credit. Second, I would like to mention here their employer-sponsored financial wellness in terms of like contextual financial education, automated goal setting. Like I can quote an example like Tata Capital. So Tata Capital and others have run financial wellness programs in India so that they can improve upon saving rates and reduce stress. Furthermore, there could be certain things which India adopted in terms of NPS and that is a micro pension scheme. Basically, for employers can offer a small matching contribution to a micro pension scheme, and it could even modest in matching their participation in long term resilience. So default enrollment could be done. So that was also mentioned by World Bank, that if there is an automatic enrollment done majorly, that will be helpful for making small match savings and micro pension matching scheme. Furthermore, the main point I would like to highlight here, that subsidized childcare, flexible hours, these could be the major thing, like paid caregiver leave. All these could be, unpaid care burden. So to reduce all these unpaid care burden, this is a family friend support which some of the industries and majorly the companies are providing to protect household incomes, especially for the women, and reduce the time poverty. So if I take an example, there are certain example of Refine, which give as an Indian employer, they provide financial wellness as an earned wage access. Corporate financial well-being is basically provided by industries majorly, where we can see it from the industry reports as well. So these are the points which I could able to highlight, that with the help of the employers, one can have an access on sustainable consumption and discounts for sustainable consumption also. Certainly on site, and services could be given to the employees, like company partnership for durable rentals, solarized appliances, discounted energy efficient goods. So all these could be the part which could be adopted by the employer to raise the well-being of the consumer as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alka. So India has a lot of very good practices already in place for us to pick up from. Thank you for sharing on all these points. And I would like to especially highlight on the non-economic aspects of childcare, importance of women, self-help groups, which helps to empower the household, time saving, and this will lead to better planning and management of available resources for sustainable consumption. Thank you. So we will now go to round 3 on the topic of financial resilience and digital inclusion. I know some of you have already touched on this, but let's look more in depth. how can fintech innovations and digital literacy initiatives be leveraged to close the wealth gap and ensure that low-income and underserved families can build a robust financial safety net, moving beyond basic transactional services to long-term asset building? Can we start with Dr. Wen? Dr. Wen?
Oh, yeah. I think actually digital financial inclusion would be very important to improve general well-being. And there is several practice in Vietnam and in the US that can actually reduce the cost for access to financial service for so many low-income people. And for example, we have a lot of fintech apps now that in Vietnam, they attempt to write an apps for like borrowing, investing in Vietnam right now. And at the same time, I mean, that help the low income have the other channels to invest, to borrow with the credits, and also to transfer money using the services, the financial services, which traditionally they cannot access. For example, if they are in the remote areas, but right now in Vietnam it's so convenient. And sometimes I compare between Vietnam and the US. Maybe because the consumer protection here in the US is more severe. So that's why when you transfer money from this bank to the other bank, it needs to take like 2 days to get there. But in Vietnam, it's just the next minutes. So I don't know if it's good or not, but in terms of convenience, obviously it's so convenient for digital apps now to help all tired consumers, right? But at the same time, if we look at the consumer protection perspective, we will see that it's not safe. And there might be a lot of fraud for the consumer. So the regulations and the transparency of the policy for the fintech apps is something that we are working on in Vietnam. And also at the same time, it helped to have the go accounts for educations or reduce costs for different purpose. So I think we need to have digital inclusion, but it have to come.
Okay, let's just give a few minutes. Maybe we can proceed with Dr. Alka's sharing, and then later when Dr. Wen joins in, we will resume after Dr. Alka's sharing. So Dr. Alka, we would like to invite you to share on insights from India.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Torres, relatively for digital inclusion. It's very close to my heart as well because I'm working very closely on sustainable development goals in terms of financial inclusion. So yeah, financial resilience and digital inclusion, which I could able to mention here, that's fintech and the digital literacy for our asset building. So how majorly these households beyond transactions could able to make asset building, if I talk about as an Indian context. So India is basically adopting account aggregator that is scaled very quickly in tens of millions or links consents. In that context, I could say that it It enabled tailored, affordable credit and advice based on actual cash flows rather than the thin credit histories. So we are unlocking the responsible personalized savings, investment offers for low-income households. This could be a wonderful opportunity to create an infrastructure for which allow lenders and pensions to offer tailor-made, and it could be a lower cost products. Secondly, as per the information which we have accumulated as per Bank for International Settlements, that reoccurring UPI mandates. So there is a leverage UPI, and that helps micro SIPs are there that let low income users, slow building investments, make pension balances. So high adoption of UPI is a major enabler for making small reoccurring instruments to build habits. The reminders, the UPI mandates could help them to create a digital inclusion and financial resilience. Furthermore, there is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which is one of the majorly impactful, provider for building blocks for long-term savings for informal sector households. And employers and fintechs can also matching these aggregation so that they can boost this particular scheme. So there are micro pension schemes, and there are government schemes which are being there. So Jan Dhan Yojana is basically accounts for provide massive coverage for deposit transfers. Furthermore, if I mention here about digital products, yes. So there are a lot of combined local agents which are appointing. There are fintechs. They basically hire field staff. They are putting a bank kiosk so that they can create an awareness of digital products and overcome literacy and trust barriers. India is also working upon certain kind of digital financial literacy at scale by vernacular or short videos. There are certain gamified learnings tied into real incentives that they convert knowledge into action by representing all these things. If I talk about India's evidence cases, so majorly if I talk about it demonstrates scalable consented architecture to share financial data for tailored credit or saving products, which is rapidly adopted in context of implementation for a relatively account aggregator growth. Secondly, India is focusing upon Jan Dhan accounts. There are 50 crore accounts in that context. If I say about the millions, there are multi-crore enrollments are there in Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana to show public building blocks to anchor long-term saving for the underdeserved people. So to fintechs and employers are also moving towards this transition and making transactions to assets by government schemes. So my majorly intake and relatively on this topic is that government of India is very much involved in account aggregator growths as well as through micro pensions and government schemes. And they're leveraging UPI so that a small recurring instruments could be create a habit into the consumers for creating savings for financial resilience, and it is only done through the digital inclusion in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alka. Now we welcome Prof. Gansha to make your sharing.
Okay, in Indonesia, the omset for fintech for 2025 is around 341 trillion rupiahs, or is about $20.930 million US. So I think it's a huge of money that it's including for the online credit, for the digital e-wallet and others. And one of the thing maybe that very, very interesting is about crowdfunding or for the donation. That in Indonesia we have kitabisa.com, that usually helping and give donation for many kind, for the social activity, for the healthy, helping for the healthiness, for the emergency activity and so on. So kita bisa having a good things that having a lot of money inside of it. That I think it's about 100 of rupiah, 100 of billion rupiahs on that crowdfunding. So donation having some good things that having some impact for digital for the fintechs, that it giving a lot of easiness for us to help for each other. So we can help for others in a easiest way. So I think we can continue about that. But the problem also in Indonesia is about the bad debt. That the studies in fintech development, particularly for peer-to-peer lending, the credit risk in Indonesia has rising for a bad debt, especially for in a small and private banks, that the value of bad debt are around 2.63 trillion rupiahs in May 2025. So it's become the problem for using the fintech, because usually people want to go to the online credit, but they could not pay the debt for that. So it's about the badness for doing fintech in this day. It's helping a lot, but it giving burden to the society that didn't have digital literacy or fintech literacy for that. Okay, that's the experience in Indonesia, I think.
Thank you, Prof. Gansha. Now we would like to go back to Dr. Wendin to share on US and also Vietnam. Please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my connection is just lagged. And I think we have a very similar, experience with Indonesia, that we are in the process of growing a lot of fintechs right now for consumer, and it helped to have a lot of accounts in Vietnam right now. About 70% of Vietnamese population having an account, and around 62% are having digital payment. So it's actually a very high number, and the Vietnamese government have an initiatives right now that every citizen have what they call VinID, Viet ID. So it's digitalized every citizen. So we have an account, a digital account that can save, can connect with insurance, social securities and all type of insurance account and different accounts right now. And that improve, of course, digital financial inclusion right now in Vietnam. And we have a very high population of using it. But I still think that the government need to step in and have a regulation for all the fintechs. So that's what I think happening now in Vietnam. And in the US, it's really developed. There is so many apps. There is so many programs from the employers to help and to work with different digital, companies to help the employee to have the account, and it's really convenient from what I observe here. I don't have statistic for the US, but I just know that it's more advanced. But at the same time, the sophisticated of the scam and fraud here is at a higher level too. So so everything has pros and cons, and I guess. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Wendin. So, respecting the time, I think we will end our rounds of presentation and Q&A for the panel session. But I would like to open the floor And if anybody has a question, you may ask verbally by unmuting, or if you are live, you can just go to the microphone and ask your question, or if you have some question to put in the chat, please do so. Prof. Nathalie? Boleh.
Thank you for the sharing of experience by our three panelists. I have a few questions. One is for Kancha. You mentioned earlier in your first session of the panel session, you know, regard to EV,
electric motorbike.
Electrical one. I just want to know about because you mentioned about that the Indonesian when they buy EV is because of prestige. I just want to know what is the price like of EV as compared to the conventional car. Is it okay? The one is one thing, and also to Gancha also that one you mentioned about bad debt. You mentioned about many cases are from Gen Z. Any reason, particular reason why this happening? Because I think it's quite alarming. We are talking about sustainability, but then this new generation, they are not able to control their spending. Okay, that one is for Prof. Gancha. And for Dr. Alka, I know I think I saw that you mentioned about repair just now. Currently, right to repair is one of the things that United Nations and OECD, the European country, are looking into as one of the right that the consumer must have. So I just want to know what is that, because you mentioned about repair just now. Is it are there anything like that similar that is going in India? And also, for Dr. Alka, can you? I quite interesting that you mentioned about one thing, that's micro pension scheme. Can you elaborate a little bit more on this scheme so that you can share with us what actually is this micro pension scheme? And for Dr. Ben, I just wanted to know about this one. Do you have any issues especially among the younger generation with regard to BNPL, buy now, pay later? I think that's a few questions that that I would like to know more. Thank you very much.
So panelists, maybe we can start with Professor Dr. Gancha.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Doris. And thank you for Prof. Ahmad that giving me a very challenging question. So I will answer about the second question that the bad debt usually go to the Gen Z. I think it's become the problem of the social media influence, that usually in social media we giving the behavior of flexing, behavior for showing something to our follower that we are from a good social economy. That flexing activity make them to buy, to consume something that sometimes they cannot afford for that. So sometimes they showing that they're using Apple, the newest Apple, and so on and so on. So I think to consuming the expensive one, they have to financing with something that they can afford. One thing that can afford is do the online debt, and because they didn't have some fixed condition to financing the debt, I think the rest is become the bad debt for the next activity. So it's become problem for the next generation that they know about the online activities, but they didn't realize about the consequences for the future. So, but it because of materialism in social media, because of flashing, they needed to financing their behavior, their lifestyle for flexing. So it's become the problem for Gen Z, I think, Prof. Ahmad. And for the electric vehicle cars, I think we know that usually the price of electric vehicle is higher than conventional car in a similar way, in the similar spec. And based on that, it becomes something that giving prestige to the one who having the similar base of economy, social economy, that when he can buy the electric vehicle car, so he will have some prestige more than the conventional cars. So because of the price higher, so I think it will giving different kind of social economy perception to them. So it's about the materialism also, I think, Prof. Ahmad. So I think it will be good if we discussing about the motive to buy the electric vehicle also when we trying to conduct research. Is it about to saving the environment, or is it about the prestige? So this is about the utilization, or this is about the hedonic motivation. So I think we can put into the determinant variable for the attitude and intention to buy electric vehicle cars. We can make some comparison research also, Prof. Ahmad, to do that in Malaysia and in Indonesia, or maybe in Vietnam and India. We can make some comparison research, the motive to buy electric vehicle then. What do you think, Prof. Ahmad?
Good idea.
Great.
Keep with that letter.
All right, so that's the answer from Prof. Gancha. And yes, it's a good platform for having collaborative research and studies in the future. So next we welcome Professor Dr. Alka to present your views on the questions that were posed by Professor Dr. Ahmad.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and I appreciate relatively the question which you have put forth, since I've mentioned that I'm already working upon that particular area in my research work as well. So I'm happy to highlight that about the microfinancial schemes in India. So if I talk about microfinancial schemes in India, it refers majorly about small loans, saving products, insurance, and financial services, which are designed basically for low-income households, especially for women and informal sector workers. These schemes are majorly relevantly supported by government and certain self-help groups to improve financial resilience, to support income generation, and reduce dependence on money lenders. So there are four major pillars where India operates microfinance in that context. The first is majorly it was launched in India in about 1992, where women formed their groups, 10 to 20 women. They could basically start with a pool small savings, use their fund as a collateral, and access bank loans. So this is under majorly self-help group, where they link bank majorly through the programs, and it helps overall for repayment aspect, like peer pressure is there because they need to make it repayment on time. Women also gain financial literacy and bargaining power, and they can also access to low interest bank credit. I could able to highlight here India's recent case study in that context, that in Kerala, India's largest self-help group is there, which is known as Kudumbashari. And over 45 lakh women in self-help groups are working under this particular regime, where they are doing micro enterprises for food processing, garments, and agriculture. So self-help groups are majorly, creating certain projects for women, and they empowered in sanitization projects, cafes, micro enterprises, public services. They also handle these projects. Secondly, I could able to highlight the another self-help group, which is very much famous in Vadodara, Gujarat. They are also creating women self-help groups trained to convert household waste into compost. So the major benefit is to create an environmental sustainability and to generate income from that by selling that particular compost. Second pillar I could able to mention here is NBFCs, non-banking financial corporations, which create microfinance institutions. So there are certain companies who lend small collateral-free loans from rupees 10,000 to rupees 1 lakh, that is to low-income borrowers. These are majorly to improve home loans, give certain kind of micro loans for the businesses to very small businesses, micro insurance, or certainly sometimes of saving support. So these small ticket sizes also help in creating, a lot of doorstep services for the loan officers, or certainly a group lending model. That is the key feature of this particular thing. And I could highlight here the example of one of the bank which is there in India is Bandhan Bank. It began in 2001 as an NGO and provides small loans to women in West Bengal. And now it grows in India, and later become in 2015 a bank. So 99% repayment is majorly, has been done through these a model basically. So you can see here that women is shifting from money lenders who were charging around 35 to 60% as an interest, and now it has been reduced to 18% almost. Another example I could put forth here as in, MFI, as in microfinance, is Bharat Financial Inclusion. So even this is pioneered in a large scale and majorly in Andhra Pradesh, if I talk about. So it helps that how overlending can cause local debt stress. So to recover this debt stress, majorly this Bharat Financial Inclusion came into the picture, and under the RBI regulation, under the Reserve Bank of India regulation, pricing and recovery practices that could be done. Next, I would like to highlight in microfinance about this microcredit schemes, as I mentioned in my talk as well, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. So it is majorly the objective of this particular Yojana is to create universal bank accounts for the poor. It is zero balance account. Overdraft is giving up to 10,000 rupees. There is direct benefit transfers. One RuPay card is also giving to them. So the impact is that there are 50 crore accounts were opened majorly, and massive increase in formal saving has been done after this, and majorly women account holders are increased in this particular thing. So Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana majorly is a micro loan for non-corporate small business also, and there are certainly the another yojana is Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. This is for non-corporate small businesses where they could have a categories, like we have a category like Shishu category up to 50,000, Kishore category from 50,000 to 5 lakh, and Tarun category to 5 to 10 lakhs. So these are the small micro loans which could offered by Indian government schemes in Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. The case I could able to highlight here that under Mudra Yojana is helpful for women at larger scale for who are owning micro enterprises. So Mudra loans, around 68% of the Mudra loans has gone to women, like tailoring units, for beauty parlors, for home cooked food services, for micro retail kiosk, so that million of women can become first time entrepreneurs. Furthermore, there are few more government schemes like National Rural Livelihood Mission, that is Ajivika, we can say Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana. So this is also for rural self-help groups to create capacity building, to create financial literacy, to create bank credits, and to give livelihood training. So here I can highlight that there is one program which is under the state of Bihar in India, that is Bihar Javika program for 10 lakh plus women in self-help groups who took start in, dairy farming, vegetable farming. There are certain um, goatry products. There are certain products which are just used for worship, like agarbatti and all these kinds of things, very small things, but are basically supported by these yojanas, and it could help them to increase family income, social mobility, and women can become independent for making decision-making powers. So furthermore, I could able to mention here the major part like micro insurance schemes. That is also one of the part of our financial inclusion schemes, majorly, where micro insurance cover life, health, and accidental risk with very low premium for the people. Like government also support and give these schemes majorly for the rural people. Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. That's basically they have given 2 lakh life insurance cover with just rupees 436 per year, and it is automatically renewal. So it is designed for vulnerable families to make them secure. There is another yojana which is Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Again, it's a government initiative which is very high uptake and due to low cost. It's just rupees 20 per year, and it gives accident insurance for 2 lakhs. Then we have, as in government support, as in Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Yojana, which gives health insurance up to 5 lakh to low income family, and it covers hospitalization costs. So it's complete a game changer for the financial protection aspect. So here I can give you an example of Ayushman Bharat in Uttar Pradesh. So lack of families who are avoided catastrophic health expenditure. So they help informal workers zero out of pocket hospitalization costs through Ayushman Bharat Yojana. Furthermore, there is scheme fintech based schemes which is also being involved, like digital microfinance. So the products which are included is digital micro savings, UPI, micro pension schemes, nano insurance, digital gold savings. And as I mentioned in my speech in that context, there are employers also working upon the same account aggregator system and earned wage access. So these on a summary note, I could able to say here that majorly there's type of schemes which are reflected in this micro schemes like self-help groups, microfinance products, government microcredit yojanas are there, micro insurance are there, and digital microfinance, which create a lot of pooled savings, collateral-free loans, and helpful for small enterprises, health cover, and micro savings. So if anyone would like to start their own business in India in terms of as in just a very small enterprise and just want to, majorly if talk about women's, so the government of India is actually promoting and refining that so that India could become digitally resilient and empowered with financial literacy for every, aspect, and create a gender equality, which all are the part of our sustainable development goals as well, Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Alka. Now I'd like to give Dr. Van Din the opportunity to answer the question that was posed by Professor Dr. Abad.
Oh, thank you for your questions. Actually, buy now, pay later is really big in the US right now. And especially because we are in the Black Friday week. And today is actually Cyber Monday in the US. So I think one of the big problems that buy now, pay later can create for generation, especially younger generation in the US right now, is that it increased the impulsive buying behaviors, which can lead to a very bad, financial future in the future. And in the US right now, they have an organization that they call Consumer Financial Protection, Financial Consumer Protection Bureau, which Trump tried to, close that organizations. But anyway, that organization is actually report that about 10% of all the buy now, pay later buyers cannot pay on times. And also at the same time, they report that in 2021, about 120 million US in late fee, even though they said that it's zero branding, right? Zero fee for buy now, pay later. But because you are paying late, so you have to pay late fee, which is about 40%, which is really high interest. So that's why right now the government actually try to regulate that. And also because buy now, pay later is not a regular or traditional credit card. So that's why it doesn't provide consumer protection for you. And that's totally a different scheme right now. And that has a very light protection for the consumer in refund, in the credit policy, all type protection for consumers. So I think it's a problem right now, and it's create a lot of issue for people who get into it. And we did not really know it until we get into it. So that's my sharing. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Wen. I don't think we have any more time for extra questions, but I think everybody has links and connection to all the distinguished panel speakers. So if you do have any questions, maybe they would take your questions if you email to them. And before we close this session, I would like to personally thank each and every one of you, Professor Dr. Gansha, Assistant Professor Dr. Alka, Assistant Professor Dr. Wen Din, for all your immense sharing that not only has increased my own knowledge and take on issues of consumer well-being and how to be more proactive, not just to have knowledge, but to take action into the future, starting from now. And before we close this session, I would like to maybe pass the session back to Mr. Hong. Thank you, Mr. Hong.
Take a photo together to capture this memorable moment.
One, two.
Okay. All right. Okay. Put on your brightest mark. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Ya.
Kenapa? Ada satu lagi. Ada satu lagi sini.
Ada kat sini.
Ada kat sini.
Thank you, Prof. Doris, Prof. Andin, Prof. Alka. Nice to meet you.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Doris and Professor Van. It was really nice interacting to you all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the committee also.
All right. Sincere appreciation once again to our moderator today, Dr. Doris, for guiding the session. And we would also like to extend our utmost gratitude to our distinguished panelists, Professor Gansha, and Associate Professor Vendin, and also Associate Professor Alka, for your insightful and meaningful sharing today. Your sharing has enriched your discussion and provided valuable perspective for everyone here. Thank you very much. All right. So without further ado, we will now have a break for our lunch. will be served until 2 p.m. Okay, and at the meantime, we will also invite you to visit the poster presentation session located at behind of this hall. All right. So the second parallel session will begin straight away after lunch. So please check your conference program or the signage for your assigned room and the session topics. So for session 2, both digital and virtual room will be available. Right. Once again, thank you for your kind attention and please enjoy your lunch and see you again after in the afternoon session. Right. Thank you.
Buka lagu macam itu ni.
Oh, lagu kat sini.
Yang ini yang tak yang wallpaper ni.
Oh, wallpaper tak pernah disable. Jamil yang share. Itu yang ni. Ya,
Waktu first parallel, baru yang duit dua orang, yang present itu duduk dalam tu. Yang lain semua duduk dalam. Kita duduk. Makan.
Makan.
Kita sini nanti kita
Pakai tu
Ni dah claim cost.
Mine at the back. Lady office. Edit.
Device Fiesta kembali lagi daripada screen ya.
Poi piensa la cosa. Que pero la bagian na may bantu ipigil oh that's so ah oh ni ha dah lo battery dah
Allah berpeluh rasa macam nak ada repair pun boleh bukanlah so abang akan share dengan saya mana video ni tak macam nak post dia boleh abang kena bagi air jadi host ni abang kena apa? Abang kena siapkan slide abang kat sini nanti nanti abang tengah jamin lah ambil iPad jangka tapi masak kecil orang masalahnya notification aku ni pakai ni awak berdiri ni kita lindung ni dia tak saya duduk belakang lagi dah kena kosong
Yeah.
Next, we journey to Perak. A state of breathtaking landscapes inviting you to uncover its beauty. From its iconic caves to the second longest river in Peninsular Malaysia, every natural wonder here is a sight to behold. Wonder awaits around every corner, with nature's beauty at its Next, we journey to Perak. A state Next, we journey to Perak. A state of breathtaking landscapes inviting you to uncover its beauty. From its iconic caves to the second longest river in Peninsular Malaysia, every natural wonder here is a sight to behold. Wonder awaits around every corner, with nature's beauty at its heart, taking your breath away. Whether you explore its majestic caves or embrace its serene landscapes, Perak offers an escape like no other. For those who savor the simple pleasures of life, Perak is a feast for the senses. Its vibrant markets brim with hidden gems, delightful flavors, and uniquely crafted souvenirs. Indulge in the local delicacies and let the enticing aromas of traditional kitchens guide you to an unforgettable culinary journey. From nature and adventure to shopping and food, Perak offers almost everything you could want, all in one place. From the rich history of its old mining towns to the vibrancy of its modern city, Perak still preserves the vibrant cultural architecture that makes it unique. From the land of tin mining to the Pearl of the Orient, Pulau Pinang celebrates diversity in every corner. Its street food tantalizes your taste buds. While its culture brings its past to life, shaping the present in vibrant ways. As you stroll through colorful streets, there's always something to see, something to taste, and something to learn. Every bite, every corner, and every smile reflects the harmony of its culture. Pulau Pinang's natural beauty invites you to explore hidden beaches and jungle trails where nature unveils its secrets in the rustle of the trees. Whether it's the panoramic views from Penang Hill or the quiet charm of the countryside, this island offers a contrast of experience like no other. We wander into Kedah, exploring verdant rainforests alive with the hum of nature, where trails lead to hidden gems and the promise of adventure. This is the land of endless paddy fields, swaying gently in the breeze, painting a mesmerizing landscape that stands the test of time. Experience the kindness of its people, take part in timeless traditions, and admire a legacy that has endured for generations. From the rich flavors of local delicacies to the graceful movements of traditional dance that brings its heritage to life, it reveals an iconic landmark where human creativity meets the beauty of nature, leaving every traveler with unforgettable memories. Experience the majestic views of its mountains and the serenity of its hidden waterfalls. Kedah is where history, nature, and culture intertwine seamlessly. And as you look across the sea, you'll find a paradise. Langkawi, the island of UNESCO Geoforest Parks, where life flows with the rhythm of the waves. Peaceful yet full of energy, offering a mix of luxury and relaxed charm. With sun-kissed beaches and crystal clear waters, it's the perfect getaway for every kind of traveler. Langkawi captures the essence of joy and wonder for every traveler, young and old. Whether it's soaring high on the Sky Cab, stepping onto the world's longest cantilever glass platform at Eagle Nest Skywalk, crossing the world's longest free-span curved bridge, or discovering marine life beneath the waves, every experience is one to remember. Langkawi is more than its stunning views. It's a land full of ancient stories and mystical legends. As you explore, you'll sense the history and tales that shape this island's character. Every moment here feels magical, and every sight is unforgettable. Further north lies the state of Perlis, where life moves at a gentle pace, offering quiet charm and serenity. Here, nature beckons you to pause, reflect, and reconnect. From tranquil rice fields to breathtaking natural wonders, each visit unveils a new kind of beauty. Where nature thrives in its purest form, offering serene landscapes, endless adventures, and a rich tapestry of culture and tradition. With unique finds and local treasures. Every corner holds a story, every moment a warm welcome. Take a moment to embrace the peaceful surroundings, immerse yourself in the culture, and let the essence of Perlis captivate your soul. We move eastward towards the state of Kelantan, the cradle of Malay culture, where art, tradition, and spirituality come to life. The festivals here are vibrant celebrations that will leave you inspired. The local markets, where the aroma of variant food and traditional kueh fill the air. Walk through time as you explore Kelantan's landmarks, which stand as a testament to centuries of tradition and craftsmanship. Be mesmerized by the shadows of wayang kulit, an ancient storytelling art, and the graceful yet powerful movements of silat. Hike through lush forests to discover hidden waterfalls. Explore the depths of mysterious caves. Or challenge yourself to a thrilling whitewater rafting experience. Breathe in the fresh air, take in the heavenly views, and let the beauty of nature fill your soul. For those who cherish tradition, witness the making of time-honored crafts, each piece a reflection of skill, passion, and cultural pride. Indulge in a feast like no other. Every bite is a celebration of flavors, tradition, and love for food. Whether you're young or young at heart, there's something for everyone. Terengganu, a paradise for island lovers. With its white sands and beautiful beaches that feel like heaven, leaving you in awe. Swim with majestic turtles. Or simply indulge in an underwater experience like no other. With every wave that sweeps to the shores and every adventure that awaits, Terengganu is more than just a destination. It's a place where experiences, memories, and moments are unforgettable. Beyond its breathtaking shores, Trengganu rich culture comes to life. From the intricate beauty of traditional textiles to the delicate craftsmanship of local arts, every creation tells a story of heritage and artistry. Here, tradition is not just preserved, it is celebrated in every craft across diverse culture. Moving to the next state, we arrive in Pahang, a land of untamed beauty and captivating culture. Begin your adventure at Gunung Tahan, nestled within Taman Negara, a paradise for trekkers and nature lovers. It offers an unforgettable jungle trek through ancient rainforests. With every step, you'll discover a world of diverse wildlife and rich, untouched landscapes. Take a peaceful boat ride along the Tembiling River. Along the way, you'll meet the Orang Asli, the indigenous people of Pahang. Their ancient traditions and deep connection to the land offer a glimpse into the region's rich cultural heritage. Marvel at Pahang's stunning waterfalls as the waters crash into lush valleys below. And don't miss the chance to visit the gentle giants at the Elephant Sanctuary. Next, journey to the cool and refreshing Cameron Highlands. Home to endless tea plantations, the hill station offers some of Malaysia's finest brews. Explore the mystical mossy forest, a world of fog-covered trees and other beautiful natural landscapes. Stroll through Flora Park, a haven of colorful blooms. Or visit Strawberry Park, and don't forget to pick your own fresh, juicy strawberries on your way back. Culture thrives in Pahang, where the graceful rhythms of traditional dance tell stories passed down through generations. Witness the artistry of the kain tenunan, a delicate woven cloth, a symbol of Pahang's rich heritage. Indulge in the local flavors and don't leave without trying the patin fish, a signature dish of Pahang. Beyond its culinary delights, Pahang is a melting pot of cultures and faiths, where traditions thrive in harmony. Standing as timeless symbols of unity. End your journey at Genting Highlands Theme Park, or unwind on the golden sands of Cherating Beach. Pahang's charm is as diverse as it is unforgettable. From the majestic mountains to the shimmering coast, Pahang is a treasure trove of adventure, culture, and natural wonders. As we traverse south, we reach Negeri Sembilan, the land of the Minangkabau people. Famous for its unique culture, Negeri Sembilan boasts one of the most distinct forms of architecture in Malaysia. The iconic Minangkabau houses, with their soaring, curving roofs, reflecting the state's rich cultural heritage. Beyond its cultural heritage, Negeri Sembilan also welcomes adventure seekers. Whether it's trekking through pristine rainforests or exploring the caves and waterfalls hidden deep within the hills, nature here offers boundless opportunities for adventure and discovery. Negeri Sembilan also offers a feast of rich flavors, inviting travelers to indulge in authentic flavors. Next is Malacca, also known as the historic state. Where it all began, a place where the past and present blend effortlessly. Here, every street, every building tells a story of centuries of cultural exchange. A true testament to this rich heritage is Harmony Street, where a mosque, a Hindu temple, and a Chinese temple stand side by side, a reflection of the unity and coexistence that define Malacca's cultural spirit. Jonker Street, where vibrant markets bustle with life, offers a feast for the senses. Take a leisurely river ride and soak in the charm of the historic city from a unique perspective. Along the riverbanks, cozy cafes invite you to unwind, offering a peaceful escape while you take in the view. Here, history, nature, and relaxation come together in perfect harmony. Not to forget the famous asam pedas. The dish awakens the taste buds with its bold, tangy flavor. But Malacca's culinary treasures don't stop there. Indulge in the city's delicious Nonya and Peranakan cuisine, where the aroma of sizzling spices fills the air. Malacca also offers a unique culture with a multicultural background. This is what makes Malacca extraordinary. From the tranquil Malacca River to peaceful eco-parks, Malacca is more than just a city of heritage. It's a place where the wild comes to life. Explore the Malacca Zoo, home to fascinating wildlife, and experience the thrill of the night safari. Then take in a breathtaking 360-degree view of Malacca's historic city from the Taming Sari Tower before heading to Johor. Johor is a gateway to a world of wonder. From thrilling theme parks to pristine beaches, Johor's tourism offerings span from family-friendly fun to serene escapes by the sea. Experience the magic of Legoland, a world where imagination knows no bounds. Or soak in the sun along the idyllic beaches of Desaru Coast, where crystal clear waters flow with the golden sands. Johor is also home to grand celebrations and festivals. The majestic Royal Palace of Johor invites visitors to witness the grandeur of royal ceremonies, while vibrant festivals showcase the state's deep-rooted cultural traditions. For those adventure seekers, Johor offers thrilling outdoor experiences. Brace yourself for the rush of whitewater rafting or dive into the crystal clear waters to discover the underwater world. For shoppers, Johor offers a haven of choices. The best place to shop till you drop is the Johor Premium Outlet. It's the perfect destination to end your travels of Johor. Next, we venture to the
Dah boleh start ya? Dah boleh mula ya?
Bagi saya main host.
Okay. Kalau boleh mula saya akan apa dululah. Ya? Saya start ya? My voice clear or not? Is my voice clear or not? Anyone? Okay, alright. Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all presenters and participants. So welcome to okay, both start recording. Welcome to Paradise Session 2 of today's conference, and my name is Dr. Safwan Marwin Abdul Murad. I'm from University Utara Malaysia, and I am honored to serve as your moderator for this session. So I have a look at the list of participants and papers today, and we have an excellent lineup of presenters and presentation that highlight contemporary research, I think, in financial well-being. We have research focusing on digital influence, consumer behavior, Islamic.
Mr. Safwan, boleh on camera?
Ya. Oh tak ni tak nampak
Tak nampak apa.
Okay, nampak tak? Clear tak?
Oh ya, good. Thank you.
Dah, saya dah on. Okay.
Ya, dan kita ada dulu sebagai
Right. Can I proceed?
Yes, can.
Okay. Alright. So thank you all for joining us today. And for today's session, I think each presenter will be allocated 6 to 7 minutes to present, followed by a brief, I think, 3 minutes approximately, a Q&A session. And then I kindly request that all presenters to stick to the allocated time in order to ensure smooth and well-organized flow of the session. So I think with that, let us begin with the first presenter, which is Sri Andayani. The title of the paper is Innovations for Financial Wellbeing, the Role of Inclusion, Secondary Workers and Welfare Programs in Building Sustainable Livelihood. So dipersilakan, the floor is yours, Sri Andayani.
Mr. Safwan, sorry to interrupt you. First presenter is not in the rooms. Can we skip to the second presenter first?
Okay, second, Nurul Fardini. Nurul Fardini?
Nurul Fardini ada ke dalam ni?
Ada tak?
Yes, I'm presenting on behalf of Nurul Fardini.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, alright. The floor is yours.
Alright.
Spotlight kan.
Can you see my slide? Right. Assalamualaikum and very good evening to all. Okay. Today I would like to share on behalf of my team, okay, about our studies entitled Decoding Digital Influence, key outlines leaders, credibility, product quality, perception, and purchase intention in shaping young consumers' purchase behavior on TikToks. As we all know, nowadays we have several social platforms in social medias, for example, like Instagram, X, not to mention TikTok as well. So TikTok has become a key platform influencing how young consumers discover, evaluate, and purchase their products. So, previous research or existing research studies on the key leadership, key credibility, and product quality in isolation, but they didn't have a look at the combined effects of both of the variables. So, which brings us to our studies that examine how our leader credibility and product quality influence purchase intention and how intention predicts the actual purchase behavior among Gen Z TikTok users. These are the definition of terms that we use in our studies. We have credibility that defines perceived trustworthiness, expertise, and authenticity. Authenticity. A product quality's perception is a predictor of purchase intention when communicated clearly and supported by credible endorsers. A purchase intention is shaped by a combination of influencer attributes and product-related beliefs. Last but not least is purchase behavior. Consumer purchase behavior is a dynamic and intricate phenomenon influenced by factors in today's digital age. When it comes to our objective, we have 4 objectives in our studies. Okay, the first one is to know the key leadership credibility on purchase intention among Gen Z, as well as the effect product quality perception on purchase intention in TikTok commercialization, to assess the effect of purchase intention on actual purchase behavior in TikTok. And last but not least is to investigate the mediating effect of the purchase intention between the credibility and product quality perception on the purchase behavior of the TikTok. These are the perception framework for our studies. We have key opinion leaders, credibility, as well as the product quality perceptions, mediated by the purchase intention.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. If you don't mind, can you open your face mask because your voice is not very clear and
I see.
The translation is not correctly translated.
All right.
Thank you.
I will increase my voice. Can you hear me louder now? Better, is it?
Loud and clear.
All right. So moving on, our research design is based on the quantitative surveys that we've done, an online surveys through an instrument, and we analyze the data based on the SEMAT awards, and we collect the sample based on our 284 Gen Z TikTok users that resides in Kedah based on the purposive sampling. These are the measurement model that we receive after we analyze the data. So the AVE as well as the composite reliability is more than 0.5 and above, which reflects the validity as well as reliability of the research. As we can see here, the majority of the respondents is come in between the age of 20 to 21 years old, as well as 60% of them are female. When it comes to mean scores out of 4 variables, only perception of product quality indicates a high level in low level mean scores. And meaning to say that even though they are influenced by the TikTok platform, but they are still anxious with the product quality while live streaming. These are the negative effects analysis that we see in all the variables. We found that the effect has a positive influence on purchase intention with a coefficient beta of 0.28. This suggests that The influencer that has a trustworthy as well as knowledgeable stimulate the stronger purchase interest among the viewers or among the Gen Z TikTokers. Okay. Second one is to influence product quality perception, even though it's positive in fact. There's a very weak connection between those two, indicated that product-related cues contribute minimally in shipping intention. Okay, last but not least, purchase intention itself is the strongest predictor when it contributes to a significant beta of 0.84. As a conclusion, this study demonstrates that two key psychological mechanisms, namely the credibility of key opinion leaders and perception of product quality, play a distinct roles in shaping how young customers interact with social commerce content. When it comes to product quality perception, even though it's positively related to the purchase intention, the effect was weaker compared to the credibility. So it indicates that TikTok fast-paced, highly visual content may reduce the extent. So they're really particular about the quality product. They're not simply just rely on the influencer trustworthiness itself. So purchase intention is a central psychological pathway functioning as a link through the external evaluation transit as well as behavior. Practical implication when it comes to marketing perspective, okay, the brand should prioritize influencers who can demonstrate consistent credibility, execute-based cues, and retailers and creators should design live stream content that integrates honest product demonstration, close up the visual as well as experience narrative to enhance the perceived product values. Okay, policymakers able to understand more how Gen Z process persuasive digital content in order to regulate marketing transparency and protect young consumers from misleading promotional practices. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
All right. So thank you for the insightful presentation. So we will now proceed with a short Q&A session, I think. All right. So let us start. Yang mana ada question you can ask presenter. If you have question. Any question from participant?
Any question from physical on the room? Anyone have a physical? Anyone have a question? You can ask.
Anyone? Okay, if no question, I think we can proceed to the next with our next presentation. Right, and the next presenter, first of all, Sri Andayani, are you here with us today? Now, or representative Sri Andayani, ada tak di sini? Wakil ke? Still tak ada eh? Okay. If that is the case, I think we should proceed to the next presenter, Waida Irani Muhammad Fauzi, with a paper title Exploring How Interactivity and Live Stream Performance Shape Live Stream Perceived Quality and Purchase Intention in TikTok Commerce.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Safwan. Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yep.
Clearly.
Clear.
Okay. Okay, let me share my slide. Okay, can you see my slide? Okay, thank you. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting on behalf of my team member. So my conference paper for today, titled Exploring How Interactivity and Live Stream Performance Shape Live Stream Perceived Quality and Purchase Intention in TikTok Commerce. Okay, so I'm Dr. Aida, and my team member is Dr. Nurul, Dr. Intan, and also Dr. Hafiz Wakas. So as an introduction for this paper, as we know, nowadays live stream commerce is quite trending and influence the purchase behavior or purchase intention of Generation Z. Okay, and it also transform the digital retail environment, integrating entertainment and also in terms of real-time communication and immediate purchase opportunity. And in Malaysia, now this trend is growth among teenagers who spend significant time on TikTok and making live streaming persuasive marketing tools. So that is one of the motivation that motivate me to conduct this study among Generation Z. Okay, so that if we can see the issue of this topic is more toward the purchasing and also the low credibility in terms of the live stream product quality match and in terms of trust and realistic in undermining the potential of TikTok lives aiming at the Generation Z consumer. Okay, so that they do the purchase, but at the same time they also have issue in terms of the live stream product quality and also how the product match in whatever they see in the TikTok and in a real product that delivered to them. Okay, and also issue of trust also. Then the objective of the study is aim to examine a mediation model involving interactivity, live streaming performance, perceived quality, and purchase intention in TikTok live stream commerce. Okay, and how we conduct the study is this is some of the literature that we found from the previous study regard to our variable. Okay, so as we can see in our slide, in my slide is about interactivity and live stream performance, perceived live stream quality, and also purchase intention in live stream commerce. Okay, so there are so many study also have been done regard to this topic. This is some of the instrument and measurement that we use to conduct this study. About the interactivity, we measure about how the host interact with the viewers or the audience and how they respond towards Q&A or the question from the audience, and how interesting if the live streaming, and also how they respond to the comment. Okay, and how they value the opinion of the viewers. And next variable is about the perceived quality. So we measure about the quality, how it match with product that have been demonstrated. Okay, and the product promoter, is it reliable? And then the demonstration make the product in terms of the product plus issue. Okay, and the packaging and presentation, is it look professional and help evaluate product realistic look, is it realistic or not? Okay, and then for the live stream performance, we measure about the how attractive is the presentation, attractive and professional the presentation of the live streamer, And then if the live streamer is well organized and easy to follow, is it clear and accurate product information they have given in the TikTok live, and attention from start to finish, how they keep the customer or viewer attention, okay, how they demonstrate and promoting the product, and the audio and video quality, is it excellent or not? Okay, this is our theoretical framework. So perceived live stream quality is our variation, and our DB is purchase intention with independent variable interactivity and live stream performance. Okay, the unit analysis is on individual, and we collect data within teenagers with 284 Malaysian teenagers. So the data collection method is through online data collection with the university student who actively participate in TikTok live stream shopping. Okay, and the questionnaire is close-ended with 5-point Likert scale and adapted from the previous literature, and data analysis using LS Amos. So this is the demographic data that from the finding. So we can see average TikTok usage per day. Majority spend 3 to 4 hours in TikTok live streaming, okay, or TikTok usage per day, and more than 4 hours spend more than 4 hours. Okay, so meaning that our teenagers spend a lot of their time, 3 to 4 hours using TikTok. This is for the TikTok shopping. Okay, and then we share with you the data analysis, the measurement model, so that the AVE and MCR is reliable. And this is the full model. And the findings show that interactivity and live stream performance significantly enhance the perceived live stream quality, which in turn drive into the purchase intention. Okay, and the finding also highlight the importance of designing interactive, engaging, and high-performing live stream session to attract and retain teenagers in TikTok-based commerce. And the finding in terms of theoretical, we found that SOR framework model can be validated through this study, and also demonstrate the crucial mediating role of perceived live stream quality in TikTok specific purchasing environment. Okay, and expand current understanding of experiential marketing by illustrating how interactive and performance-related elements shape consumer relation in digital retail setting. And in a practical implication, we also contribute in terms of the live stream seller. Okay, what they should emphasize is more toward the high level of interactivity, such as fast response, live Q&A session, and the use of the pool to engage viewer. Okay, and then they also must engage professionally, and as host performance directly influence perceived quality and purchase intention, meaning that Gen Z also want professional engaging like stream hosts, and also they know how to respond to their question and with a quick and fast response. And content should strike an effective balance between information and entertainment to cater to the preference of Gen Z consumer. Okay, not only content, but must also include a little bit of entertainment in a live stream content. Okay, and brands are also encouraged to optimize the technical aspect of their live stream, including sound, the quality of sound and lighting quality and visual presentation, so that it can enhance the overall viewing experience among the Gen Z. This is the summary of the finding, and we found that all the hypothesis is significant. Okay, and as a conclusion, the study is limited to focus on Malaysia teenagers, and we hope for the future research study that must be moderate, must be try to try to test in terms of the moderating variables such as trust, product type, influencer credibility, or other model that can explore additional boundary condition. Okay, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the informative presentation. And then the floor is now open for question. If any question from participant, you can ask presenter if you have any question pertaining to the paper or articles.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Salam.
Okay, Dr. Doida, thanks for your great presentations. Can you show the slide on the slide implication? Is I not mistake? Can you show that?
Slide, pardon?
Slide implication.
Implication.
Yeah. Can you make it slideshow because it's quite small?
Implication.
Yeah, then slide number 16, that's why I mistake.
16. Okay. Okay, this one.
Don't mind, can you okay, that one. Item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. You have mentioned about content should be strike and effective and balanced. Can you explain a bit more about strike and effective balance? What the character to be strike and also the effective balance? Can you share to us if you have the mind? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the content meaning that when we do the when we do a TikTok live, meaning that the Gen Z consumer did not only focus on content, whatever what you show in, for example, your product, the product information, whatever the promotion, okay? So it's the main content of the TikTok punya live stream. Okay? So that they don't only focus on content itself, but also you must balance it with some of the entertainment, such as when the how you deliver the presentation or how you demonstrate your product, and how you engage with the customer, with the current punya trending. For example, in TikTok, we also have a trending in terms of dance, in terms of how they sing a song, and meaning that the content and also the entertainment must be balanced. Meaning that if you want to sell any product in TikTok, so that the content itself does not influence Gen Z. Okay, so you must create content and also support with whatever entertainment that is trending nowadays. So this more preferred by the Gen Z lah, meaning that itu yang lebih menarik minat dia orang. Okay, so that kalau you present only the content itself, might be dia orang kurang in term of motivate to to influence them to attract to that video is kurang sikit lah compared to the whatever yang kita kata content plus the entertainment or the trending punya pattern in TikTok nowadays.
Alright. Okay, thank you, Dr. Waida. I think we can move to the next presenter because of the time constraint. Next, I would like to invite Nur Kazina Salahuddin. The paper title, What Drive Malaysian Gen Z Use Biometric Payment, the Role of Perceived Usefulness and Trust.
Okay, thank you for the moderator. Assalamualaikum and afternoon to all. Salam sejahtera.
Slide presentation. Can you make it the slide
Boleh nampak
presentation?
tak slide presentation?
Yeah, but it's not in
Nampak jelas.
slide presentation.
Tak jelas eh?
Can you change
Jelas,
to
jelas.
slide
Nampak dan
presentation?
jelas.
Nampak eh?
Can you change to
Nampak.
the slide presentation?
Oh, okay. Like this.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So today I'm going to share my research with my colleague, okay, Norma Lisa. So the title of our research is What Drive Malaysian Gen Z to Use Biometric Payment, the Roles of Perceived Usefulness and Trust. But before we proceed, this is our today's presentation details. But before we proceed, I think we should understand what is the biometric payment. Okay, so basically the biometric payment is actually the payment system or the transaction. When you do the transaction, you do based on who you are, not based on what you bring in your wallet or in your smartphone. Okay, either by using your palm or using your eyes, using your voice. So this is the biometric system payment means. Okay, so in the past, okay, currently, as we know, the contactless payment is a common payment, but then we are moving forward from the contactless by using the PIN password, QR code to the biometric identity. So the question is why actually we conduct this study. Based on the statistic, today I just highlight two interesting statistic. Okay, as mentioned in this slide, actually based on the current statistic on 2029 is actually being forecasted the global biometric value market will grow to 67 billion. In terms of the Asian Pacific region, okay, the projected growth is more than 60%. And among the first mover and the dominant market that use the biometric payment in Asia Pacific region is China. Okay, but then in any technology, okay, not just a biometric, okay, it bring us or offered us a benefits, but it comes with risks that can divert the acceptance of the consumer. So among the benefits of the biometric payment is the consumer can enjoy the faster checkout, no cards or pins anymore, no need to remember or memorize the pins, and contactless payment, and for sure more hygienic. But then in terms of the risk, because we use our biometric point, okay, so if something happen, we can't reset our biometric info. So it actually involved with the privacy and then the security breach of the issue of the privacy and security. So in the context of Malaysian and the Gen Z, why this study matters? Because even though currently practical, only the banking already move forward to the to use the biometric as authentication. For the payment system for the retail in Malaysia, not yet, but then we are moving forward to that directions. So Malaysia is actually transitioning quickly to contactless and digital payment, but then based on the current literature, not so much findings that can explain the willingness to use or adopt the biometric payment system in Malaysia, especially the Gen Z. Okay, so the Gen Z, why we focus on the Gen Z? Because if we compare between Gen Z, millennials, and baby boomers, definitely lah, Gen Z, as we know, they are most digital, they are mobile first consumer segments and will shape the future of biometric payment usage. But then still, even the findings or empirical findings from the context of the Malaysian consumer and the Gen Z still limited. That's why we want to conduct this study. Okay, so this is our main problem statement. We are going to examine, okay, what are the primary psychological drivers that shape Malaysian Generation Z willingness to use the biometric payment system. So we revisit the literature review, and we found there are two important focal variables. One is the perceived usefulness, and another one is trust. So user intends to adopt when they perceive the technology, including the biometric payment, as fast, convenient, and efficient as mentioned by several literature, and also the trust based on the previous findings significantly related to the willingness to use the biometric payment, okay, and also the any technology payment lah, like digital banking 2023, e-wallets 2020 and 2022. Teo et al. The study in Malaysia, and Rahmadani, the study being conducted in Indonesia. Okay, so based on this, we decide to focus on these two variables as a focal variables. But then we also identify there are insignificant findings. Example, Sulaiman and Al-Munawar 2022 found the security does not always lead to the trust in biometric payment adoption. So that's why we want to test the consistency of the previous finding with the from the perspective and setting in Malaysian consumer, especially from lens of Gen Z. Okay, same goes to the ease of use and willingness. Okay, some of the studies found that ease of use and willingness somehow is not significantly related to the willingness to use the technology. So, but then we depends on the significant findings, and then we come out with this proposed research framework. In this research framework, we propose 7 hypotheses. Okay, perceived usefulness and trust have been operationalized as a focal variables, and then the dependent variables is willingness to use. 2 determinants operationalized towards the perceived usefulness, and 3 determinants operationalized towards the trust. So to conduct the research, we use a quantitative survey. We distribute the research by using the questionnaire, online questionnaire. We successfully got 389 valid response, and we just use a multiple regression, linear regression. Why? Because in our hypothesis, we operationalize the perceived usefulness and then the trust just as a focal variables. So we don't choose the option to run this model in structure model, because we don't that not our intentions lah, to run the model simultaneously. Okay, so what we got, so based on the findings, even though we just test 2 focal variables, but then these 2 focal variables explains around 59% variance in the willingness to adopt biometric payment among the Gen Z. Okay, so we can conclude that these 2 variable is the dominant variables that can explain the willingness to use or adopt the biometric payments. And if we compare in terms of the beta, the perceived usefulness has more strength to explain the variance of the willingness to adopt or to use the biometric payment among the Gen Z. So what we can learn from this, why trust is not dominant compared than the perceived usefulness? Because as we know, the Gen Z is a digital native. So they comfortable with the any technology, they trust the technology. So it might be, okay, what we can explain here, trust can be seen as a hygiene factor, not a motivator factor. That's why the trust, the strength of the trust towards the willingness to use weaker compared than the perceived usefulness. Okay, and we also try to gain the insightful of the determinants of the biometric payment adoption, which is 2 determinants towards the perceived usefulness and 3 determinants towards the trust. So based on the determinants tested, when we tested the determinants toward the perceived usefulness, what we can gain here is the perceived needs is the strongest driver. So when the Gen Z feels they need the biometric payment for convenience, therefore it will increase their perceived usefulness and intention or willingness to use the biometric payments. In terms of the determinants of trust, this is quite interesting because security have been found as the strongest predictor. Meanwhile, the privacy, even though the privacy is significantly, all the 7 hypotheses is significant, but then the privacy has lower strength or lower beta that shape the trust towards biometric payments. Okay, it might be perhaps for the future research we can um, do further research lah to gain the why. Okay, the why questions, why the privacy is not some things that influence the or shape the trust of the biometric payment. Okay, so this is the insight or actionable strategy both for the practitioner and the policymaker. Okay, but I just want to touch about the policymaker and regulators here. Okay, why the policymaker and regulator is needed here? Because of the trust is a hygiene factor. So if the trust is hygiene factor, there is the expectation is zero error. Therefore, they need to focus on develop a good standards lah for trust in term of the biometric ecosystem. So this is the avenue for future research, and the most important things that we learn from this study is actually to win the adoptions of the biometric payment. First, we have to put effort on increasing the perceived usefulness, but then the trust still since it's a requirement or hygiene factor, definitely the regulator need to take an action lah to make sure that the ecosystem is trusted. There is no issue, no meaning the ecosystem is zero error lah in terms of the trust, privacy, and security issue. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nokazrina, for the insightful discussion. Due to the time constraint, I think we would welcome only one short or brief question from participant, if you have. If you have. One short, sweet, and brief question.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon.
Any question from participant?
My name is Shamsul. So,
okay, if no question, I think we shall continue with the next presenter,
hello.
Muhammad Khairul Zakaria.
Excuse
okay,
me,
with the paper.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Someone got question.
Okay, all right. Short one, brief, short and sweet.
Short. Soalan?
Okay, a short question regarding with the presentation just now. That is a good one. When we say about biometric for the payment, right? So my question about the privacy, how, for example, the provider can make sure that customer privacy, such as when we say about biometric, use a face or thumb print, is it cannot be stored in the system, or if it is stored, so how the provider need make sure that the privacy of the customer can be is very confidential and not be used for others function. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. That's why, as I mentioned, since the trust issue, privacy and security is related to the ecosystem, so definitely the regulator, Malaysian government lah need to take action to develop the security system. That's why until now we don't have the we not yet lah have the payment system in the retail, just a banking system. The initiative also taken by the banking industry like Maybank, but then I don't think if we just rely on the industry, they cannot build up the security system like what China have, because in China what they do, the government is actually take care of the security and privacy issue. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question and for the answer, Dr. Nokazrina. Next, we move to the next presenter, Muhammad Khairul Zakaria, with the paper title Economic Impacts of Food Insecurity, Diet Quality and Mental Distress on B40 Families, a cross-disciplinary study among Malaysian university students in Terengganu. All right, dipersilakan.
I'm sharing my slide. Can you see the slide?
Yep, clear.
Okay. So I have quite lengthy slide, so I try to summarize it, insyaAllah. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Muhammad Khairul bin Zakaria. I'm from University Malaysia Terengganu. Today I will be sharing finding from a cross-disciplinary study looking at how food insecurity and mental distress intersect among B40 university students in Terengganu. So the issue is not only nutritional and psychological, it also reflect broader socioeconomic vulnerabilities that shape students' ability to perform and progress in higher education. So thus the title is Economic Impact of Food Insecurity and Mental Distress on B40 Families. Right, so chapter 1, Introduction, the background of the study. To begin, I will provide a brief background and explain why this issue deserves attention within the Malaysian higher education and socio-economic context. In Malaysia, the B40 category represent household earning below RM 4,850 per month. So many of the children pursue higher education with very limited financial resources. This financial pressure often translates into food insecurity, affecting diet quality, learning capability, and overall well-being. So food insecurity among students goes beyond hunger. It creates a cycle of exhaustion, poor concentration, disrupt pattern, and increase anxiety, as you can see from the cited previous studies here. So mental distress impact. At the same time, mental distress is becoming increasingly common among university students, driven by limited family support, challenging living arrangement, and lifestyle changes. For B40 students, these pressures are magnified because financial instability is a constant background stressor. So moving on to the next slide, relationship between food insecurity and mental distress. So past research has documented strong association between poor diet quality, low nutrition intakes, and psychological symptoms such as stress, anxiety, and depression. This suggests that financial hardship, food insecurity, and mental distress are not isolated problems, they reinforce each other. Okay, so moving on to the problem statement. Although food insecurity has been reported in Malaysian university, including here in Terengganu, there is limited empirical evidence, specifically among the B40 subgroup, the group theoretically most vulnerable. So at the same time, mental health concern among Malaysian youth are rising. Therefore, our study aims to address this gap by examining both conditions together and identifying their relationship. So this is our objective. We have 3 objectives. Our overall objective is to assess food insecurity and mental distress among B40 students. Specifically, we examine first the level of food insecurity, the second the level of mental distress, and the third whether these two factors are statistically associated. Moving on to next chapter, methodology. The study location primarily in UMT NIZA. So the study was conducted among B40 students in 2 public universities in Terengganu, UMT and NIZA. These institutions were selected because they represent a sizable population of lower income students from East Coast. The research design, we use descriptive cross-sectional design, which allow us to capture exposure to food insecurity and mental distress symptom at one point in time. So while cross-sectional studies cannot establish causality, they are valuable for estimating prevalence and identifying meaningful relationship. So this is the sampling framework, purposive plus convenient. So due to the specificity of B40 subgroup, we applied purposive sampling to identify eligible students, followed by convenient sampling for data collection. These methods are appropriate in exploratory public health research when the target population is relatively small and well-defined. The type of sampling, non-probability sampling, was the form of sampling used for the study with combination of purposive and convenient. Next, the sample size calculation. Our minimum sample size was calculated using Cochrane formula based on the previous prevalent of 22% food insecurity among Terengganu students. So after adding a buffer of 10%, our required sample was 127 respondents, which was successfully achieved. The ethical approval. The study obtained ethical approval from University Malaysia Terengganu Human Ethics Committee. Participants were briefed, screened for eligibility, and provided informed consent prior to data collection. So this is the research instrument. We use a structured questionnaire consisting of 3 key sections. Section A, capture social demographic data. Section B, apply the food insecurity experience scale. And section C, assess mental distress using DAS-21, which measure depression, anxiety, and stress. Both instruments are widely used and validated in similar population. So if you can see here, section A, B, and C. So this is our pilot test. So the pilot test, before the main data collection, we conducted a pilot test to ensure clarity, reliability, and practicality of the questionnaire. Feedback from the pilot allow us to refine certain instructions, adjust question flow, and confirm the sustainability of the food insecurity experience scale and DAS-21 for this population. And this is the data collection procedure. This is some of the imagery captured while we are gathering the data. So this is the data cleaning and analysis. All responses were checked for completeness, duplicates, and logical consistency. Analysis was conducted using descriptive statistics, prevalence estimation, and chi-square test to determine association. Our analytical framework followed standard public health research procedure, focusing on clarity and interpretability rather than statistical complexity. Moving on to the next part, chapter 4, result and discussion. So you can see here table 4.1, social demographic of B40 university student. The apparent, so the respondent characteristic, as you can see the demographic overview, here is the profile of the respondent. The sample largely reflect the demographic composition of UMT and NIZA with a majority of female population consistent with national enrollment trend. Most respondents were between 19 and 23 years old. As expected, all were categorized under B40 household income status. Okay. The prevalence of food insecurity, FIS categories. So we found that substantial proportion of students experience food insecurity ranging from mild to severe. And this prevalence aligned with similar studies in Malaysian University, confirming that the issue remains widespread. So I go straight away to the summary of key finding. Right. So in summary, there are 3 key findings emerged. First, food insecurity among B40 students is prevalent and often severe. Second, mental distress level, especially anxiety, is relatively high. And third, there is a clear association between both conditions, reinforcing the need for institutional support and mechanism. Right. So moving on, I'm going to briefly discuss the finding based on the objective. So for objective 1, food insecurity prevalent, the aim is to determine the level of food insecurity among B40 Malaysian students in Terengganu. Right. So in brief, for objective 1, the prevalence recorded in our sample is consistent with earlier studies that place Malaysian university students at heightened risk of food insecurity. Several factors contribute to this: tight student budget, rising living costs, and increasing reliance on low nutrition, low cost meal. So this reinforces the idea that food insecurity should be recognized as structural challenge rather than an individual failure or poor budgeting issue. Moving on to the next objective, objective 2. This pattern indicates, objective 2 to determine the level of mental distress. So this pattern, you can see here, this pattern indicates a student population under sustained psychological pressure. In many cases, stress and anxiety stem from academic demand compounded by financial hardship. So the high proportion of students reporting moderate to severe symptoms suggests the need for integrated mental health support system within universities. Moving on to the last objective, to determine the association between food insecurity and mental distress among B40 Malaysian universities. B40 Malaysian university student in Terengganu, specifically UNIZA and UMT. So for objective 3, you can see here, a table 417, association between food insecurity and mental distress. The statistical test confirm a significant association between food insecurity and mental distress. This means students who experience food insecurity are more likely to report symptoms of depression, anxiety, and stress. Right. So to conclude, as a conclusion, the strength of evidence. So although our study is cross-sectional, meaning we cannot infer causality, the relationship align consistently with regional and international literature. The conversion of evidence strengthen confidence of finding and underscore the urgency for intervention. So the implication for university are clear. The institution need mechanisms such as subsidized food program, meal voucher, food bank, and improve financial literacy support. So more importantly, academic counselling should incorporate financial well-being as part of holistic student support framework. More implication for policymaker. At the policy level, food insecurity amongst university students need to be recognised as part of Malaysia broader B40 support agenda. Policy that reduce the financial burden, such as expanding meal assistance and increasing targeted student aid, can help break the cycle between economic strain and psychological distress. Last but not least, implication for health and counselling unit. Campus health center and counselling unit should anticipate food insecurity as underlying contributor to mental health concern. The screening tool can incorporate simple question about food availability, enabling earlier identification and support for health and counselling unit. So this study, in summary, the strength of the study is, one of the strength of our study is it is the use of validated measurement tool, the Food Insecurity Experience Scale and DAS 31, including students from two major universities in Terengganu, also increases contact to relevant. Overall, the study provides a timely and coherent dataset reflecting current student realities. The limitation of our study, of course, there are limitations. Being cross-sectional, we cannot determine cause and effect relationship. The use of self-reported data introduce recall bias and underreporting. And finally, the sample remain geographically limited to Terengganu, which may affect generalizability. So to summarize all the findings, in summary, food insecurity is prevalent among B40 university students. Mental distress levels are elevated, especially anxiety and depression. A significant association exists between food insecurity and mental distress. So this finding highlight a multifaceted issues that require coordinated institutional, social, and policy response. So as a conclusion, in conclusion, food insecurity among B40 students is not simply an economic inconvenience, it is a determinant of mental well-being and academic potential. Addressing it requires more than financial assistance. It calls for holistic, student-centered approach, integrating nutrition support, mental health service, and policy level reform. So last but not least, recommendation. Based on our finding, we recommend 3 key steps. Strengthen campus food assistance mechanism. Number 2, integrate mental health screening with socio-economic indicators. And number 3, expand governmental support for B40 students, daily living expenses. Inshallah, this measure collectively aim to create a more equitable and supportive learning environment. So for future research, longitudinal studies would help trace a progression of food insecurity over time. Qualitative interview could also provide deeper insight into coping strategies and lived experience of affected students. And if you can see here, these are the key references supporting the study. Full citation are also available in the full manuscript. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Cannot hear, Doctor.
Dr. Safwan, you're still mute.
I have one question.
Yes, Doctor, I listen.
Okay, alright. Okay. Alright, so thank you, Muhammad Khairul Zakaria, for your meaningful contribution.
Right, thank you, Doctor.
So, ada apa persoalan tak? Do you have any question from participant? At least one short and sweet question.
Okay, I have one question, Dr. Shamsul, also from UPM. So regarding with the food security and also the mental problem, right, B40 students, I just want to know whether you have measured about the economic situation among the students itself. Is it one of the factors that influence the food insecurity among the students? Thank you.
We are just looking at the B40 household only, Doctor. So specifically, no.
Maybe for the further research, we can see whether the student have some income, whether they do the part-time job or just or are they more based on their scholarship or just so maybe we can see more on the economic aspect on their part. Thank you.
Yeah, inshallah. Maybe in future research, Doctor. Thank you for the insight.
Alright, okay. Thank you, Muhammad Khairul Zakaria. Thank you both for question and the answer session. And then next presenter, I would like to welcome Wan Anis Wan Muhammad Asrudin for the paper title Sharia Monitoring in Malaysia's Electronic Payment. Is it enough? Okay, dipersilakan Wan Anis Wan Muhammad Asrudin.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good evening to all distinguished guests, fellow presenters and participants. My name is Wan Anis binti Wan Muhammad Asrudin and together with my co-authors, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Solihuddin Shoaib and Dr. Muhammad Yazid Isa, we are from the Islamic Business School, University Utara, Malaysia. So today I would like to present my study titled Sharia Monitoring in Malaysia's Electronic Payment. Is it enough? Okay, so in today's presentation, I will cover the following section: background and Sharia governance gap in electronic payments, literature review, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and also recommendation. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid growth of fintech has significantly transformed how Malaysia make payment. This includes e-money and e-wallet, buy now pay later (BNPL), instant transfer, and also lifestyle apps that integrating financial features. As usage increases, regulatory oversight becomes crucial. Bank Negara Malaysia has introduced frameworks such as the Islamic Financial Services Act, IFSA 2013, the Sharia Governance Policy Document, SGPD 2019, and several digital payment guidelines. However, while Islamic banks operate within a clear Sharia governance structure, non-bank fintech providers, which dominate the e-wallet and payment landscape, often do not have mandatory Sharia advisory or monitoring system. This gap creates potential Sharia compliant risks, especially in areas such as BNPL structures, cashback and loyalty reward, crypto-linked features, and also data ethics and consumer protection. Ultimately, these risks can affect the Maqasid Syariah, particularly in safeguarding wealth, hifz al-mal, dignity, hifz al-naf and intellect, hifz al-aqd. Therefore, our study examines the current gaps and proposes improvement to strengthen Sharia monitoring within Malaysia's electronic payment ecosystem. Okay, our review of past literature reveals several important points. Fintech adoption in Malaysia's study show high adoption among youth due to convenience, speed, and lifestyle integration. However, awareness of Sharia compliance in digital payment is still limited. Sharia governance in Islamic finance, the SGPD 2019 outlined roles of the Sharia Committee, internal Sharia review and audit, but these requirements only apply to Islamic bank and takaful operators. Non-bank fintech are not legally required to appoint a Sharia committee. Emerging Sharia issues, BNPL may resemble caught with additional charges, cashback, vouchers, and loyalty reward risk element of Qarar, which is uncertainty or riba when tied to credit-based instrument. Crypto features raise issue of underlying asset legitimacy. Data ethics and privacy intersect with HIF and NAS and HIF L8, which is protection of dignity. Overall, literature suggests a mismatch between regulatory expectations and actual market practices, especially among non-bank providers handling millions of transactions daily. This study employs a qualitative conceptual analysis approach. We reviewed regulatory documents from BNM, Sharia governance standard, fintech business model document, published literature on electronic payments and Islamic finance. The analysis focused on identifying gaps and evaluating Sharia risks and proposing improvement aligned with MACFEA Sharia and international best practices. Our analysis produced 5 key findings that are strong Sharia governance in Islamic bank but limited among fintech. Islamic bank have Sharia committee, internal Sharia unit, Sharia audit, mandatory compliance reporting. However, contrast with non-bank e-wallet and payment operators that not required to establish a Sharia committee, conduct Sharia audit, and also report Sharia-related risks. This is the biggest gap in Malaysia's digital payment ecosystem. And also digital products have unclear Sharia status. Several fintech offering rise Sharia concern. The BNPL may involve implicit interest, cashback or point that may imitate riba-based credit card reward, payment app integrating crypto or foreign currency exposure, auto deduction or charges that without clear user consent. Because these products evolve rapidly, regulation that lag behind innovation. Next is the lack of transparency in payment flow. Consumers often do not know how merchants are charged, how fees are structured, whether penalty fees are imposed, and whether their data is shared with third parties. From the Sharia perspective, such uncertainty may generate qarar, which are unclear term, or darar, harm, and also misaligned with Maqasid principle of justice and fairness. Also have potential risk to Maqasid Sharia that current gap may impact if al-mal, which is when there are unfair charges, interest-like structure, and also data misuse, fraud, or misinformation or unclear term, and also impact the HIF adin, consumerly unknowingly engaging with non-Sharia compliant activities. This highlights the urgent need for a more structured Sharia monitoring framework for digital payment. In conclusion, the rapid expansion of electronic payments in Malaysia brings many benefits: convenience, financial inclusion, and efficiency. However, the absence of mandatory Sharia governance among non-bank fintech providers remain a significant issue. To ensure sustainable growth and uphold Malaysia's position as a global Islamic finance leader, strengthening Sharia monitoring across all digital payment providers, not only Islamic bank, is essential. Based on our funding, we propose 4 key recommendations that are mandatory Sharia governance for fintech provider that BNM should require a Sharia committee and internal Sharia function, periodic Sharia audit for any fintech offering services to Muslim, and also clearer guidelines for digital payment products. PNM can introduce BNPL Syariah standard, loyalty reward guideline, and crypto asset-backed payment rule, and also data ethic requirement in line with MACFEA. And transparency and consumer protection mechanism. Fintech operators should provide clear disclosure of fees, transparent merchant charges that easy to understand in consent term, and also Syariah status label that may be similar to halal logos. And continuous Syariah audit and monitoring, real-time operating audit can ensure all product and all the transaction is Syariah compliant, fair consumer treatment, and prevention from misleading or harmful practice. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. All right, thank you, Wan Anis, Wan Muhammad Asruddin, for your clear presentation. And we have one question from audience on the chat box. Is this study only beneficial for Muslim? How about non-Muslim users of electronic payment? That's his question.
Okay.
Is this
Thank
study
you.
only beneficial for Muslim? And how about
Yes.
non-Muslim users of electronic payments?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, although this study only focus on Sharia, although this study focus on Sharia compliance, the finding actually beneficial for both Muslim and non-Muslim users. Sharia principle emphasize the transparency, fairness, ethical conduct, and consumer protection, and also non-Muslim surely also want clear fees, honest term, and secure transaction, and responsible data handling. So while the framework is grounded in Islamic principle, the outcome also contribute to a safer and more ethical digital payment environment for entire society. That is all.
All right. Okay, thank you. Hope it answered the question. Right now, we shall move to our next or our final, not final, our next presenter actually, Nur Fadilah Hani Hussein. Paper title: Behavioral Determinants of Retirement Planning Behavior: The Influence of Spending Style and Financial Literacy Awareness with Savings Intention as a Mediating Factor. Nur Fadilah, you can start your presentation.
Can you see my slide?
Yep.
All right. Alhamdulillah. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to the panels and also all the audience. And I am Nur Fadilah Hadi binti Hussein, and today I will present about my study titled Behavioral Determinants of Retirement Planning Behavior: The Influence of Spending Style and Financial Literacy Awareness with Savings Intention as a Mediating Factor. All right. Okay, this is the presentation outline for today. We start from the introduction and lastly with the conclusion. All right, let's go to the background of the study. So what is the retirement planning behavior? It refers to a person's action and strategies to prepare for retirement. And many Malaysians fear not having enough money to afford the essential quality of living in retirement, destroying millions of individuals' golden retirement years. And the more concerning reality is that most Malaysians need long-term financial planning, with only 40% of them being financially prepared for retirement.
Sorry, Miss Nur Fadilah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think your slide presentation is quite small. Boleh besarkan tak sikit?
All right.
I tak pasti. I'm not sure other participant can clearly see your slide or not.
I try to end this first. Sekejap, let's end. Okay. I try to share again. Nampak tak? Sebab because of my slide become stuck.
Okay. Then? Hello, Fadilah? Hello? Are you here, Fadila? Is everything okay?
I think Dr. Safwan, I mean Fadilah out because of the connection. Connection
Technical
come.
issue.
Yes.
So shall we proceed with the next presenter while waiting for Fadila?
Yeah, sure.
All right. If that is the case, I think we should continue our presentation session with Sri Andayani. Ada tak di sini? Saya ada nampak tadi Sri Andayani.
Yeah. Yeah, sir.
Okay, you
Sorry.
with paper title Innovation for Financial Well-being.
Yes.
Right, and the role
Correct.
of inclusion, secondary workers, and welfare programs in building sustainable livelihood. Okay, you can
Yes.
start your presentation, Andayani.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yep. Yep. Please proceed.
Is it clear?
Yep, clear. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sri Andayani. I am from Universitas Sriwijaya, Palembang, Indonesia. Today, I would like to present our research titled Innovations for Financial Well-being, the Role of Inclusions, Secondary Workers, and Welfare Programs to Build Sustainable Livelihood. Okay, before I begin, I'd like you to imagine typically coastal households that depends on fishing. So what happens when the catch declines and price fluctuate or weather becomes unpredictable? So this is the real challenge faced by communities in Banyuasin and Ogan Komering Ilir, the focus areas of our study. So uh, okay, so if we talk about economic growth, when we looking at this chart, we can see how economic growth move from 2015 until 2025, and we can see that the sharp drops you see in the middle reflect the COVID-19 crisis. So coastal households were among the most affected because they rely on the daily income. But as you can see on the right side, the chart, the economic has recovered. This recovery period provide an opportunity to strengthen household resilience, and that's what our study aims to contribute to. So in this slide, you can see the role of fisheries. Wait, okay. The role of the fisheries sector in GRDP 2014 until 2025, we can see that in the graph and the three graphs show that South Sumatra, Ogan Komering Ilir Regency, and then the last one is about Banyuasin. The value of output continue to increase. However, the percentage contribution to GRDP declines. This means that although fisheries remain important, the sector is not growing fast enough compared to other sectors. As a result, households that depend on fishing become more vulnerable. So that's why this is our motivations to examine how they survive beyond just natural resources. And then So these two graphs is capture fisheries productions by district and subsector, and then the number of captured fisheries household by district. So we can see in the graph, marine fisheries in Oki and Banyuasin are the main contributors to productions, with volumes consistently much higher than in other areas. You can see that the public waters in Oki play important role in the productions. And then after COVID, production in both marine and public waters is declined, and then continue to the 2023 is remains stable. And then you can see the Oki and Banyuasin both recorded an increase in number of fishing household, and then up to 2019. After that, a sharp decline occurred in line the drop in the production. So this decrease is suspected influenced by declining about level of causing fishers and to save the others occupations, and then environmental appraisers, and then socio-economic factors. So based on this context, our study focus on the understanding how coastal households sustain their livelihoods. So we examine three case variables. The first one is financial inclusions, their access and use the financial services, and then the second one is secondary workers, or additional household income, mainly a woman. And then the last one is government welfare programs, or the support program that enhance the resilience. Instead of the looking these variables, our study investigates how they interact and how these interactions affect the Sustainable Livelihood Index, or we can call it SLI. So this is our research objective. This study examined how financial inclusions, secondary workers, and welfare programs interact to influence the sustainable livelihood or cost of coastal household in Indonesia, focus on the Banyuasin and Ogan Komering Ilir regencies in South Sumatra. So if we talk about the methodology, our research, we use the core, we use the what we call we use the quantitative approach with the primary data from 205 households in Banyuasin and Oki. So we construct of sustainable livelihood index. We build a composite sustainable livelihood index using the five capitals. The first one is naturals, and then human, and then socials, financials, and physical. So each indicators was normalized using min-max scaling, creating index value from 0 to 1. And then for models, we use multiple linear regressions model, including base model, full models, and interactions model. This allow us to capture not only direct effect, but also how variables reinforce each other. So why interactions model? Because a household with a financial access but no secondary worker may not use financial services effectively, or a household with government support but no financial inclusion may not invest productively. So this interactions approach is one of the strengths of our study. So and then you can see here, this is this is our operational definitions of variables. So there's a lot of variable here. Maybe I like to emphasize 3 variables only. The first one is financial inclusions for the covers ownerships and usage of bank accounts and digital financial tools. And then the second one is secondary workers, refers to any household member who contributes income beside the household head. And then mostly is commonly women. And then government program includes social assistance and community empowerment programs that given from government. So these are the core variables we analyze for both direct interactions effect on as LI. So we can see next. This is our result. There is the result for we count a sustainable livelihood index for South Sumatra. So on this slide, the bar
Andaini,
chart.
sorry to interrupt, Andaini, but
Yes.
can you move to your concluding slide, please? We need to wrap up due to time limitation. Your time is up, actually.
Oh, okay.
Can you jump to conclusion or your result?
Okay. So this is our results. We have 5 models. And then if I conclude is a woman as a secondary workers have a significant positive effect on the sustainable livelihood. And then financial inclusion shows an initial negative effect but becomes a positive when linked to the woman roles. So household size and distance to banks negatively affect on sustainable livelihood. And then the last one is government programs strengthen the effect of the key variables on sustainable livelihood. So I conclude that our research found that coastal livelihood sustainable is strengthened by the synergy between financial access, women's roles as a secondary workers, and government support, enabling household to adapt and manage resources more effectively. So for the policy implications, we suggest that policies should expand financial infrastructures, empower women through literacy and microfinance, and also integrate government programs with the formal finance to strengthen all 5 livelihood assets sustainably. So to increase the capitals and then others assets that can help increase your sustainable livelihood index. So that's all my presentations. Thank you very much for your attentions.
Okay, thank you, Andaini, for your presentation. I think due to the time constraint, we should move to the final presenter. And our final presenter will be Nur Fadilah Hani Hussein to continue her presentation on behavioral determinants of retirement planning behavior, the influence of spending style and financial literacy awareness with saving intention as a mediating factor.
Right. I try once again.
Fadilah, you can start. Yeah.
Right. Okay, hold on. I try again. All right. Can you see my slide?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Clear.
We will go very fast forward. All right. Okay. Assalamualaikum, a very good afternoon to all of you, and I am Nur Fadilah Hani Hussein. Today we will present my study about behavioral determinants of retirement planning behavior, the influence of spending style and financial literacy awareness with saving intention as a mediator. All right, we go to the presentation outline. So this is the presentation outline. Then we go to the background of the study. What is the retirement planning behavior? Retirement planning behavior refers to a present sections and strategies to prepare for retirement. Many Malaysians fear not having enough money to afford the essential quality of living in retirement, destroying millions of individuals' golden retirement years. And a more concerning reality is that most Malaysians need long-term financial planning, with only 40% of them being financially prepared for retirement. Unfortunately, people in their 20s often feel too young to think about their retirement, unlike those in their 30s and 40s who tend to feel more prepared since they have assets in their employee provident fund. According to the EPF CEO, Chief Executive Officer, most of Malaysians do not have sufficient savings for retirement, and only 33% of active EPF members have recorded basic savings of 240,000 ringgit as of 2022, which is create alarming issues for Malaysians. All right, we go to the data of bankruptcy. If we can see here, this study focused on the Klang Valley in Selangor. Selangor has the highest bankruptcy cases registered by states as of April 2023, consists of 361 cases out of 1,372 cases in Malaysia. And also, this research focusing on the private sector consists of the highest percentage of bankruptcy cases registered by type of job in private sector, which 32.83%. And hence, the Malaysian Department of Insolvency reported 178 cases of bankruptcy is among young individuals aged 25 to 34 years old, accounting for 13%. So we go to the research problem. It's actually young adults in Malaysia is lacking sufficient savings and are not financially prepared for their retirement. Only 18% have enough savings to sustain their expenses for more than 6 months after retirement. Furthermore, the DOSM data, Department of Statistics Malaysia reports that 82% of private sector workers earn less than 5,000 per month. So many of them struggle to pay their daily bills, limiting their ability to contribute to their EPF retirement funds, and it becomes tough to them to save enough for retirement. Besides that, nearly 50% of young workers aged 18 to 35 were in substantial debt, particularly those earning between 2,000 ringgit and 3,000 ringgit. So that the age of 35 to 34 demographic accounts for 13% of bankruptcy cases in Malaysia from MDI, makes these issues need to be more alarming issues, more concerning issues to be studied. All right, what is the objective of this study? It's actually, this study wants to investigate the relationship between spending style, financial literacy awareness, and savings intention as the mediator towards the retirement planning behavior among young adults in the food and beverages service industry in Klang Valley. All right, so this is the theoretical framework and hypothesis adopted from the Theory Plan of Behavior, TPB. We have here spending style as the subjective norm, perceived behavior control, we have financial literacy awareness, savings intention as the mediator towards the behavior of retirement planning behavior. All right, we take a look on the literature review, which is the previous study said about the retirement planning behavior, which Finwealth described retirement planning behavior as an individual's behaviors and techniques to prepare for retirement. And personal values, financial literacy, cultural influences, and environmental factors are widely recognized as determinants of retirement planning. Then, global studies also indicate that proactive retirement planning enhances pre-retirement resources, hence increasing retirement planning happiness and also the mental well-being. Next, we go to the spending style. According to Exam 2020, spending style is a component of subjective norm, which is comprising of the norms that other people accept or disapprove, generally people follow. As per Myson and Pennegrasa et al. 2020, these norms is actually affects individual spending patterns. And a recent study in Malaysia confirmed that status significantly impacts luxury purchasing intention from May 2023. This demonstrates how societal forces encourage consumption to the detriment of retirement preparation. And we go to the financial literacy awareness. FLA means financial understanding and optimization. Supported by Debeke et al. 2021, claim that financial literacy improves decision-making because it gives people access to relevant information for evaluating savings options, especially for the retirement. And FLA is recognized as a multifaceted construct that include knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviors that empower individuals to make informed and effective financial decisions. Then, the mediator of this study, savings intention. According to Exam 2020, savings intention is a crucial process that transforms attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control into the actual behavior, which is the retirement planning behavior in this study. So research consistently shows that strong savings intention are linked to beneficial saving behavior. Also, research highlights the intention behavior gap by sharing 2002, where intentions do not always translate into actions. Intention predict behavior, but actual control and contextual restrictions determine whether the intentions are fulfilled or not by the Exam 2020. So the research paradigm and design, this research using the positivist paradigm, and the quantitative strategy has been used in this study while giving the soft copy questionnaires using the cross-sectional design. And for the sampling population, this study focusing on the young adult aged 25 to 34 years old in F&B services industry in Klang Valley area. And the sampling design, this research using purposive sampling and also quota sampling within the criteria of the sampling and population criteria. Okay, so we go to the research findings. We can see here only H2, hypothesis 2, which is financial literacy awareness, has a significant relationship towards the RPB. Instead of H1, H3A, and H3B is not having a significant relationship between the RPB. And even though the mediators having intention do not mediate spending style and financial literacy awareness towards the RPB. So we go to the conclusion and also discussion and some limitations. So this study shows that the evidence supports the TPB, which suggests that financial literacy awareness significantly influenced the retirement planning. So the results is actually indicate that individuals with elevated financial literacy awareness are more likely to participate in activities beneficial for retirement planning. So spending style and RPB were unaffected by the savings intention. Also, FLA also not affected by the savings. This is because the low discretionary income, rising living costs, especially in this study is focusing on the urban areas in Klang Valley, and rising living costs, a cultural spending limit the impact of personal social security on long-term savings and financial planning in Malaysia. And this research is actually can advocate for early and ongoing financial education, especially in high turnover industries such as F&B. The desire, this is because of the service intention did not mediate, even the SS and also the FLA. The desire of young adults to save does not easily translate into concrete retirement planning actions. This is because possibly due to the external constraints such as immediate financial pressure, inadequate income, because they are mostly on lower income, in the lower income group, or competing priorities, which is need to pay the housing, debt repayments, school loan. Okay, so this study should help the stakeholders in order to formulate more effective, inclusive, and scalable initiative to enhance financial stability and long-term well-being for the future workforce. So that is all from me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nur Fadilah Hani Hussein, for the comprehensive presentation. I think that concludes all presentation for parallel session 2 this evening. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all presenters for their valuable contribution and to all participants for your engagement throughout the session. Your insight and discussion, I think, have greatly enriched our knowledge and understanding of the topic presented today. So we hope this session inspires future research collaboration, inshallah. Thank you once again for your participation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a pleasant day. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Safwan, for guiding the session. Yeah, and also to all the participants, thank you for your meaningful sharing and research contributions. All right, so now the parallel session 2 has now concluded. We will take a very quick short break. Okay, and we will continue by 3:45 p.m. for parallel session 3. Okay, 3:45. Thank you.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and participants for joining our online. Yeah. Thank you again.
I'm sorry to those who
Dr. Zuroni.
speaking. Dr. Zuroni, we taking a break 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
3:45 eh? 5 minutes,
What,
sorry.
3:45?
Yeah.
Okay,
3:45 we
3 minutes
back.
lah.
3
Okay,
minutes,
got
sorry.
it.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, not clear.
Okay. All right, dear participants, we will now begin parallel session 3. Once again, please check your conference program or the signage for your assigned room and session topic. So in this last parallel session, both physical and virtual room will be available. So in this room, we are honored to have Dr. Zuroni Majuso for the virtual session. All right, so for all the participants, please proceed immediately to your respective rooms for parallel session 3. This session will run until 5 o'clock. Okay, Dr. Zuroni. Ada.
Okay, shall we
Dr.
begin?
Zuroni. All right, over to you, yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and participants for joining us online. And thank you so much for our MC, Mr. Hong. All right, so welcome and thank you for being with us in this virtual sessions. My name Dr. Zuroni Majuso from UPM, and I am your moderator for this session. And with me, my assistant, Ms. Farah Rahimi binti Muhammad Ibrani Shahrimi. She will control the time. Okay. Before we begin, let me briefly explain how this virtual session will run. All right, we will follow the presentation order as listed in the program, starting with the first presenter, actually me lah, and then followed by the second until the end of the speaker. And all the speakers here is allocated around 10 minutes, 10 minutes for their presentation and 2 minutes for Q&A session. Okay, for the participant, you may submit your question through the chat box at any time, during the presentation, and we will address them during the Q&A session. Or if you wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand and we will invite you. All right. Okay. We have actually 6 presentation or presenters here to present their research study here. Okay, so with that, we are ready to begin, and thank you again for joining us virtually. Right, so we have 6 presenters here, starting with me, and then followed by Mrs. Nur Azila Zainal Abidin, from UNIMAP, and the third one, Dr. Masmira Kurniawati from Universitas Airlangga University, Indonesia. Number 4, Prof. Farida Hassan, or her students here, Nur Aini from UITM. Okay, number 5, maybe Mrs. Nurlida Mahusin. And the last presenter here, Mr. Muhammad Saifullah Rusli. All right. Okay, so now we will begin the session here with my presentation. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is the topics lah, determinants of university students' purchase intention towards green cosmetic in Klang Valley. So with me also, we have Ang Hui Wen and also Dr. Nuzalina Zainuddin lah, under this study. Okay, as an introduction here. Okay, the green cosmetics here, in general, made the using natural and non-toxic and environmentally sustainable ingredients produced through eco-friendly manufacturing processes and packaged using biodegradable or recyclable materials. And the aim here to minimize environmental impact and try to promote the consumer health. All right. And then the growing awareness of the environmental degradations, climate change and unsustainable consumption has transformed consumer values worldwide, with increasing emphasis on the sustainability, ethical choices, and eco-friendly lifestyle. All right. And then in Malaysia, this trend is reinforced by the national sustainability commitments, awareness campaign, and growing media attention, with younger generations especially responsive to brand that prioritize the transparency, responsibility, and green innovation. And then from the Lestari and Rustica in year 2022, ecological worries about the prompted cosmetics users to prioritize the all-natural ingredients, sustainable packaging, and responsible business practices. Okay, and then by the values of the environmental protection and the well-being of animals here, the green cosmetics are generated from natural materials, such as extract from fruits, and are absent of any chemicals, additive, or synthetic combinations. This is by Shimul and Chia, year 2021. Okay, next year is the problem statement. Since the air pollution, waste creation, and intense climate change and the exhaustion of the natural resources constitute some of the major environmental problems, actually. From the Patanaik Tripartite Index 2021, they all say that consumers' desire for natural and organic beauty items continues to rise due to their awareness of environmentally friendly lifestyle and their conviction that green cosmetics will improve their self-esteem and reduce any associated health concerns. Okay, and then from the Patanaik 2021, there are concerns regarding the cosmetic goods that may lead to skin damage, allergies, skin aging, and the other health issues which have emerged recently. Okay, so therefore, the aims of this study to examine the influence of the attitudes, subjective norms, and PBC here on the university students' purchase intention towards green cosmetics, specifically in Klang Valley area. Okay, here our research question, research objective, and research hypothesis. So we have 4 research objective here, and also 4 research question, and also 4 research hypothesis. Okay, number 1, we want to investigate the relationship between attitude, and then we have also subjective norm. Second, number 3, perceived behavioral control PBC here, with the university students' purchase intention towards green cosmetic in Klang Valley, right? And number 4, we want to determine which variable here among the most dominant factor influencing university students' purchase intention towards green cosmetic in Klang Valley, right? So these are the research hypotheses lah, Okay, 1 to 3, we want to the hypothesis here, based on the hypothesis alternative here, there is a significant relationship between attitude, second, subjective norm, and third, perceived behavioral control. Okay, with the students' purchase intention towards the green cosmetic in Klang Valley lah. And number 4 here, we have what are the most dominant factor and university student purchase intention towards green cosmetic in Klang Valley. Okay, I think I tried to skip all this literature review, right? So basically literature review based on the variables, and based on the theories applied here, the first theory here, theory of planned behavior, okay, and we have variables here, purchase intention, attitude, subjective norm, and also perceived behavioral control, right? And the last part here, the factors influence university student purchase intention towards the green cosmetics. Okay, so all this from the past research. Okay, so these are the conceptual framework for this study. All right, we have 3 independence variable here, attitude, subjective norm, and PBC lah, perceived behavioral control. So we have hypothesis 1, 2, 3, and overall here we want to look into the factors influencing purchase intention towards the green cosmetics. Yeah. So our dependent variable here is purchase intention towards the green cosmetic. Okay, for the methodology here, okay, our research location here at the Klang Valley area, and then our target population among the public and private university students which pursue their studies. Among the public, we have UPM, and private universities, Stanley and Taylor. Yeah. Okay, sample size here, 384 respondents lah. So for each, around 90 to 100 respondents, right, for each of these university. And then the sampling techniques here through random sampling. Okay, the data collection through primary data and support by the secondary data. Okay, for the research instruments here, we have 5 sections here. Section A for demographic profile, Section B purchase intention, C attitude, D subjective norm, and E perceivable control. All right. So section B until E, we are using 5-point Likert scale, 5-point Likert scale method. Okay, starting from strongly disagree up to 5 strongly agree. Okay, so for pilot study, 30 respondents here. These are the variables measurement, nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio scale. And then the data analysis through descriptive analysis, reliability analysis, okay, to analyze the item here. Okay, Pearson correlation, starting from H1 until H3, okay, to test the relationship between variables, and multiple linear regression lah. This is for H4. Okay, to determine the most important or the most influence, the most influence factors here. Yeah. Okay, so based on the Cronbach alpha value here, so all based on the pilot and also actual test here, all the Cronbach alpha here more than 0.7 here, which is meet the criteria lah. Yeah. Okay, so for the demographic profile here, among the gender here, male and female. Okay, so female 53% and male 47%. Okay, in terms of the ethnic here, Malays 55%, followed by Chinese 23% and Indian 22%. Okay, in terms of educational level, at degree level here, 45%. And also we have foundation 26%, followed by the master and also a PhD lah, 10%. Yeah. Okay, and the institutions here, more or less lah, around 23 up to 28%, right? Okay, so these are the statements, for each of the variables here, yeah. All right, so for the purchase intention, we have 5 items here, 5 items, with the highest mean score here 4.52, P11, right? P11 here. All right, while the statement P40 recorded as a lowest mean score, and this indicates that P11 was more convincing or appealing to respondents, leading to a higher level of the agreement. Yeah. All right, so this is purchase intention. Okay, the next variable, attitude. Okay, from the table 3, we have also 5 items here. Okay, and item 1 has the highest mean score, 4.48. Yeah, and this suggests that respondents generally held a more favorable or positive attitude towards the statement. Okay, and indicating that it resonated more strongly with them. Yeah. All right, and then table 4, subjective norm. Yeah, so these are also 5 items. 1 subjective norm, 1 until 5. Yeah. Okay, so for the statement 1, achieve the highest mean score with the mean value here 4.54, whereas the statement 5 here recorded the lowest mean score here. So this mean score for SN subjective norm 1 indicates that respondents demonstrated the strongest agreement with this statement, and suggesting this one resonated the most or had the greatest influence among the subjective norm evaluated. Okay, and table 5 here based on perceivable control or PBC. So PBC 1, item number 1 here, received the highest mean score, 4.48. Whereas the statement 5 here registered the lowest mean score, 4.17, and the mean score for PBC1 suggests that respondents feel the greatest sense of control and confidence in their ability to carry out the behavior reflected in this statement and making it the most positive PBC item. Okay. Okay, so these are the results based on our research objective. Yeah. So from RO1 until RO3, the result here based on the Pearson correlation analysis, there are significant relationship between attitude, subjective norm, and also PBC here, which is supported lah, right? With our value here, 0.4. Okay. So which is moderate lah, in terms of the data here, right? Okay. And the last here, RO4 here. All right. So this is, we want to test the most dominant factor here with the university student purchase intention towards green cosmetic in Klang Valley. Okay. So this analysis here based on the multiple linear regression analysis. Yeah. So we found that a square here 0.380 with F 77.4, whereby the p-value here less than 0.001. Right. So based on this result, 0.380, it shows that 38% relationship between the IV here, attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control with the dependent variable, which is intention, right? Only 38% lah, yeah. And this value reflects the strength of the relationship here, all right? Okay, and the R-squared value here shows that 38% of the variation in the purchase intention of green cosmetics here is explained by all the independent variables, attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control. Okay, however, another 62% of the variation is unexplained in this study lah, and can be attributed to the other factors which are not included in this study. Okay, and then based on F statistic value here, 77.477 here, which is less than the typical significance level, 0.05. So this indicates that the model is statistically significant. Yeah, suggests that the independent variable including attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control have a significant effect on the dependent variable, which is university student purchase intention towards the green cosmetic. And from here, we can see that perceived behavioral control is the most dominant factor here, influencing the university students' purchase intention towards the green cosmetic, right? With the beta value here, 0.437 from the standardized coefficient, right? Which is surpassing the values of the other variables. Okay, so as the conclusions here, all the three independent variables here, attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control, have a positive relationship with the university student intention to purchase the green cosmetic in Klang Valley area. And then the subjective norm and perceived behavioral control significantly influence university student purchase intention towards the green cosmetic. Only attitude lah, which was not significant here. Yeah. And then the perceived behavioral control emerging as the most dominant factor in influencing university students' purchase intention towards the green cosmetics in Klang Valley. Okay, for the implications here, maybe from the businesses and marketers here, they can prioritize enhancing the accessibility and affordability of green cosmetic by ensuring widespread availability in university campus on digital platform and through competitive pricing strategies. And then maybe from the policymakers here, they can provide incentive and support for eco-friendly companies such as tax breaks, subsidies, and research funding for sustainable production methods. Okay, among the education institutions here, they can foster the sustainability awareness by incorporating environmental education into academic and extracurricular program alongside initiatives like green beauty campaigns and eco-conscious student organizations. And for the recommendation in future, maybe we can explore because this study only three independent variables. So maybe in future we can explore additional variables. Yeah. And then also about the area here, we can broaden it based on the geographical scope And the last but not least here, incorporate the qualitative research method. So this study, actually, we are using quantitative research method. Okay, so maybe in future we can incorporate with the qualitative research method. Okay, so that's all. These are all the references. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so if you have any questions, can ask. Any question? One, two, three. Okay. Thank you. No question for me. All right. So we move since we now for 8 p.m. Okay. So we move to the second presenter. Our second presenter here, Mrs. Nur Azila Zainal Abidin, from UNIMAP, University of Malaysia Perlis, UNIMAP. So is it she in this online? Nur Azila?
I will present on behalf of Dr. Nurazila.
Oh, Nur Aini you. Okay.
Nak
Okay,
nampak
so,
kan? Nampak kan?
okay. Okay, you can begin with your presentation.
All right. Wait. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. All right. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for our moderator, Dr. Zuraini, and everyone who participate in these parallel sessions. Okay, so my name is Nuraini. So I'm on behalf of our team, and Dr. Nurazila will present this paper titled "The Nexus of Poverty, Parenting and Academic Success, a Bibliometric Review." Okay, so before we go to the bibliometric findings, let me introduce the background of the paper. So this paper is about the child poverty. We look at the child poverty, the parenting styles, and also the academic achievement. So as we know, child poverty is a multi-dimensional issues that's not only focused on the low income, but also involve unstable living conditions, limited access to learning resources, and poor nutritious, and also a fewer opportunities for cognitive and even a social emotional development. Okay, so these disadvantages will often affect the child's readiness for schools and for long-term academic achievements. On part of parenting, parenting plays an important mediator role where parents who face a financial stress may have a less time, maybe have a less energy or emotional capacity to support their children's educations. Okay, so this will lead to the reduced or lower parental involvement, maybe inconsistency in routines, and even fewer involvement learning experience in home. Okay, at the same time, when you have a positive responsive parenting, it will show a very buffer negative effects to the poverty. So because of these interconnected factors, children from the low-income families and more likely to experience low academic performance, high absenteeisms, and also reduced chances of completing secondary or tertiary education. So, and understanding this pattern will help us to understanding the poverty, the parenting, and the family well-being interactions, and how we're going to design the effective interventions to prevent these things. Okay, so however, the problem in this is that more toward existing studies more focused towards the isolations things. For example, we're more focused towards the poverty, focused towards the parenting, focused towards the academic success. So the integrated for all these three dimensions is very rarely. We have, but more focused with the Western countries. South Asia's, Malaysian especially, very low on towards this kind of publications. Okay, so if you can look at the RO here, okay, so this is what we're trying to look from the bibliometric aspect. Okay, so this is the methodological aspect. We look at the database on informal corpus from starting 2000 to 2025. From here, we look at 410 publications with 1,427 authors. The tools we use VOS Viewer and also Bibliomagica. The inclusions, we only include the English and open access journal articles. Okay, so the results of the bibliometrics, we found out that there is a steady growth in publications regarding poverty achievements and parenting since 2016, and the highest output is in 2024. Okay, mostly the subjects area focus on the social science, where is 90% of it, but other aspects as well from the economics, arts, medicine, and psychological. And top journals publication is from the Child and Youth Services Review. And then from here, we found out that there is 7 themes of cluster. The first cluster is poverty and structural inequality. So the keywords that we're looking for is for the child poverty, inequality, COVID-19, child labors. These studies mostly focus on the large scale of social economic conditions that will affect the children's families, and especially the challenges that may face by these vulnerable groups. Second cluster more focused towards the early childhood development and the school readiness. They're more focused or highlights about the early learning experience that children may face, especially in terms of the household, how early the interventions they can go with the children's. The third one focused towards the intersections of health, mental health, and migrations, more towards the HIV, AIDS, something like that. Cluster 4 focus on the parenting and academic achievement. The core themes here includes parenting, parental involvement, academic achievements, more focused towards parenting practices, home environments, family relationships that may develop the academic developments and cognitive self. The fifth one, more towards gender and adolescence. The sixth, towards mental health across the life courses. And the last one, more towards educational attainment, that focus towards the education, children educations, how the outcome may, and the family conditions. So these 7 clusters combined together will make multi-dimensional fields, not only focused towards social sciences. Okay. So this is just contoh for the cluster. Okay, and then the results from the geographical insights, we look here, most publications is from the USA, so 47% of the publications, mostly from the US, dominant the publications, followed by UK, South Africa, sadly Malaysia and other Asians, very limited on this paper. So the conclusions in our bibliometric review shows that research on poverty, parenting, and academic success is expanding globally, but in Asians especially is underrepresented. Poverty is not just economics, but it's also affect the child's psychological well-being, health, educations, and as a parent practices, it will help the children growth. Okay, so in Malaysia especially, rural states, we need more region-specific studies and family-centered interventions. And this evidence of bibliometric will help the policymaker and educators to design any holistic strategies. Okay, so that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nuraini, on behalf of the Dr. Nazila.
Yeah, betul.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nuraini.
Okay.
Okay, open to the floor. Any question? If not, I have one question, Dr. Nuraini. How has this scholarly research evolved over time on the relationship between poverty, parenting practices, and children academic success?
Pardon? How?
Okay. How this scholar research evolve over time on the relationship? Is there any relationship there? between poverty, parenting practices, and children academic success?
Yes, as we mentioned earlier, we are looking at the poverty side. We assume that if you came from the poverty backgrounds, so the parenting style is having a low style, so they have not involved too much with the childrens. Therefore, the educational attainment will be low down. So what happened right now is the issues of children cannot read and whatnot.
Oh, okay, okay. Any question from the floor? Okay, so if not, we shall proceed to the third presenter here. Okay,
you very
so
much.
welcome, Dr. Masmira, I think. Dr. Masmira, on behalf of Prof. Dr. Gancha, yeah. Okay, so Dr. Masmira Kurniawati, Dr. Masmira Kurniawati from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia, with the topic here, Extended TPB for Purchase Intention with Packaging Return Program of Cosmetics among Gen Z. Okay, floor is yours, Dr. Masmira.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zurani. Good afternoon, everyone, the distinguished participants and the moderator here. This is the research conducted by team me, Vivi Anggra Kusuma and Prof. Ganchar Chandra Premananto. Extended TPP for Purchase Intention with Packaging Return Program of Cosmetics among Gen Z. It's quite similar with your presentation, actually, Dr. Zurani, but there's a little difference from the variables we use.
Excuse me,
So,
Dr. Mas.
yes.
Can you show back on the slideshow?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Slideshow, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's start with the introduction that the phenomenon nowadays. We can see the environmental degradation globally happens in our world because of the plastic consumptions. It also, and sadly, the Indonesians are contributing to the phenomenon by one of the industries that are growing right now in Indonesia is cosmetic sectors, and it uses a lot of plastics for the packaging. So when we use a lot of cosmetics product, and it means we produce a lot of waste plastic for the environment. So the concern for sustainable consumption then arise, especially in the young generation right now from the Gen Z, that cosmetic waste poses risk due to hazardous residual ingredients. That's from the previous research concluded that phenomenon. So some cosmetics brand in Indonesia now are running packaging return programs aligned with circular economy principle and strengthen loyalty. That those programs are conducted by several local brands in Indonesia. So that the problem statement here, the actual condition that the modern customers, I mean the youth generation right now, they are have an increasing awareness of the necessity to adopt eco-friendly products. They are really concerned about how their purchase behavior will affect the environment. So when we connected with the trend and the research of previous researches, that some of what we call the modification of theory has already arisen, that is like green purchase behavior in theory of brand behavior and the theory of recent action. They are extended by some researchers to accommodate the development of the phenomenon nowadays. So the what we who do we call the Generation Z? Generation Z, Gen Z right now is the consumer that are born between 1997 and 2012, and now they are the key consumer group, and they are also environmental consciousness about the product they use, as well as the price sensitive, also the characteristic of the Gen Z. And sustainable products serve as symbol of status and responsibility. They talk about the product they use with with their friends, and recommend the green product to their friends, and that's a common things that the Gen Z do right now. And the growing availability of eco-friendly products make them more accessible to Generation Z. So it's essential to develop marketing methods for cosmetic products that place greater emphasis on environmental issues, and also to attract Generation Z. That the concern of the manufacturer right now, that how they can attract the Gen Z, because they are a key consumer group in nowadays. So how do they do that is by using the environmentally program offering to the Gen Z. So we use the TPP model, theory of planned behavior. It offers a useful theoretical framework for examining how Gen Z behaves while buying environmentally friendly cosmetics. So we add one variable concerning about this environmentally variable. So the research objective right now is to examine the influence of attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control as the main element of TPP, and we add environmental knowledge as extended TPP on purchase intention of Gen Z on the product that offering the returning packaging program. So here we are the model of the research. Okay, in the center variables are from the TPP, and the extended we mentioned before is the environmental knowledge, and oops, sorry, it's okay, and the purchase intention as a dependent variable of the model. So hypothesis one will be the sorry, attitude, yeah, attitude toward behavior of, oh sorry, attitude here, okay, attitude here is the consumer attitude towards cosmetic product packaging returns program. Okay, and when we talk about the subjective norms, we mean that the influence of the surrounding environment or social groups on the decision to purchase products that have a packaging return program. And the perceived behavioral perceptions about ability and willingness to participate in packaging returns program. And environmental knowledge is the knowledge possessed by consumers about general knowledge about the consumer knowledge have about the environment. Okay, so the hypothesis one, it states that attitude toward the behavior of buying product with packaging return programs influences purchase intention. Hypothesis two, the states that subjective norm influences purchase intention significantly. Hypothesis three, the perceived behavior control impacts purchase intention positively. And hypothesis four states that environmental knowledge affect attitude toward behavior. So here for the research method, the target audiences, the Gen Z, and the sample size is as 300 respondents surveyed to ensure a representative sample. And the sampling method, we use the purposive sampling techniques. So when we talk, okay, here are the results and discussion. Okay, the majority of the samples are female. It's not surprising because the females are the most target for cosmetics product. Meanwhile, right now some males, young males, also use this product mostly for the skincare, actually, not the cosmetic. And the age range is in 18 to 24 years. Professional students and young professional, and geographic distribution is mostly from Java and Sumatra because urban areas have greater exposures to sustainability campaigns. Okay, sorry. From outer loading range, between 0.702 and 0.915. Also, AVE values exceed 0.5 for all constructs, and convex alpha also surpass 0.75. It shows that both conversion validity and internal consistency for the data are good. Sorry. Okay, so oops, sorry. So yeah. This. Oh, kenapa sih? So the result for the hypothesis testing is all hypotheses are supported. So it can concluded that perceived behavior control is the most dominant predictor because Gen Z's confidence of efficacy and ease of performing written programs drive purchase intention more strongly than attitudes or social norms. And from we can make suggestions that packaging research program offers strong strategic potential. Cosmetic brands can leverage returns program through simplifying return process, which will boost the PPC and strengthening social proof by using testimonies and other programs that will boost subjective knowledge and providing environmental education also to the young generation. So it will boost the attitude toward behavior. So I think that will be all. I think I have already get warned about the time left. So thank you for the opportunity for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masmira, with the insightful of your presentation. Okay, any question from the floor? If not, only one question I want to ask Dr. Mas.
Yes.
Why your study focus on Gen Z only?
Because some of research recently showed that Gen Z are more concerned about the environmental issues than older generation. I don't know if that's true, but a lot of I mean, yes, not that I have a doubt about the previous research results, but that's what other researchers in globally found, that the Gen Z is now the more concerned about the environmental issue, and because they are in number right now is very big as a consumer, so it is very important for manufacturer to also concern about the environmental issue for the product.
Okay,
I
thank
will
you,
add
Dr. Mas.
some idea, Dr. Surani. So, just like Dr. Masmira said, in Malaysia and Indonesia, we have bonus demography for the young people, Gen Z. So I think they are the future of our consumer. So how we understand about the future of our consumer is important. How we make socialization, how we train them to do with the future is something that we have to do right now. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Gancha and Dr. Masmira. All right. So we are running off the time here. So we move to the fourth presenter here with the topic consumer acceptance and adoption, policy influence and mechanization for enhancing sustainable productivity efficiency in Papua New Guinea. Presenter here, Prof. Arida ke?
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zurani, Rifki here.
Oh, Rifki, okay, sorry. Okay, Ahmad Rifki, the floor is yours.
All right, okay. I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Okay, please try slideshow.
Slideshow, hold on. All right. Can you see now?
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's cool, yeah?
All right.
All right, okay, Assalamualaikum. Good night, actually, currently in Papua New Guinea. So in Papua New Guinea, we said good evening, good night. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Zurani, as a moderator. Thank you very much for joining me today. On behalf of the lead author, Prof. Dr. Farida, I'm here as a co-author to present this research. My name is Ahmad Rifki, and I'm honored to share with you our doctoral study titled Consumer Acceptance and Adoption, Policy Influence and Mechanization for Enhancing Sustainability, Productivity, Efficiency in Papua New Guinea. Right, okay, so here a quick roadmap of what I will cover today. We'll begin with the introduction, which includes the background, problem statement, and significance of the studies. And then we'll move into the literature review, research methodology, expected outcomes, and pilot study results. Okay. So first we start with introduction. So Papua New Guinea is a rural economy, is challenged by low productivity, mainly due to limited access to modern technology and mechanization. Speaking as someone who is currently working in Papua New Guinea, I have experienced this challenge firsthand. So I serve as a head of sustainability at New Britain Palm Oil Limited, NBPOL, a subsidiary of SDGA Triberhad. And NBPOL is the largest employer in PNG, playing a pivotal role in both rural development and industrial transformation. Despite the global trend towards mechanized solution for improving efficiency, many industry actors in PNG still rely on labor-intensive methods. So my studies explore how mechanization adoption can support sustainable development, focusing on behavioral, logistical, and policy-related factors. So for those who are not sure where Papua New Guinea is, so there is the red-colored country. So it's just beside Indonesia. So, well, you can see right on the side, the left side is Papua. Papua is actually falls under Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea is a different country just beside. So it falls under the Asia-Pacific region. Yep, so this is how the culture looks like and the flags. Yep. So now let's take a moment to understand why mechanization is such a powerful tool, especially in the context of sustainability productivity. Mechanization, whether in agriculture or industry, refers to the use of powered machinery and technology to take over tasks that would otherwise require intensive manual labor. Historically, we've seen how this transformed developed economies. For example, in countries like the United States or France, just a few farmers using modern machines can now feed entire populations. That's the scale of productivity we are talking about. In Papua New Guinea and in many developing nations, the potential for mechanization is just as huge, but we must think carefully about how it's introduced. Mechanization can do more than just increase output. It reduces physical drudgery, face labor shortages, especially in rural areas where workforce availability is low, and ensures timely operation that directly impacted yield and efficiency. What's really exciting is that mechanization can also be climate adaptation tools. If applied properly, it can help make farming more resilient to unpredictable weather and resource challenges. This is why the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has called it a game changer for sustainable agri-food system. But, and this is very important, mechanization must be introduced responsibly. It has to be climate smart. It must be affordable. It needs to be fit local realities. We are not just talking about shipping in big machines. We are talking about appropriate technology, solution that empower people without harming ecosystem or widening social gaps. This is the lens we use in this study, not just technology for productivity, but technology for sustainable productivity. So this is how the mechanization looks like in the agriculture field. Yeah. So you can see some are using a very modern technology in a big company, and some using engineered, a small tools engineered using for their own use. So now when we talk about barriers, now while mechanization sounds incredibly promising, in reality in Papua New Guinea is far more complex and frankly quite challenging. From my experience on the ground, I can tell you that mechanization is still very limited in PNG, and one of the biggest barriers is economic. The cost of machinery, whether it's a tractor or even smaller scale tools, is simply out of reach for most farmers or local enterprises. So there is a very little access to affordable financing or credit scheme. So even if it's a will is there, the means often aren't. Then we have a structural geographical hurdles. Yep, PNG is rugged, mountainous country. Many communities are remote and scattered, and the road network underdeveloped. Imagine trying to deliver a tractor to a village that only accessible by footpath or bush track. It becomes a logistical nightmare. Even when equipment is delivered, there's a lack of skilled operators, spare parts, and maintenance services. So it seems machines sit idle. Well, I've seen machines sit idle, not because they're broken beyond repair, but because no one know how to fix them or source the right part. So that's a huge institutional gap. And then when we come to the human side, behavior and informational barriers. Many farmers in PNG have never seen or used modern equipment. There's a natural hesitation to adopt something unfamiliar, especially if it seems risky or expensive. Without proper training or demonstrations, it's understandable that people stick to what they know. So manual tools and traditional methods. Unfortunately, this means that mechanization is mostly limited to well-funded commercial farms or donor-supported pilot projects. For the vast majority of producers who are operating in a small scale, like a smallholder, mechanization remains out of reach. But here's the hopeful part. In the countries, evidence shows that adopting machinery can increase farm income by up to 50%. That's huge. So the potential is real. We just need to break through these barriers systematically. So this is some of the barrier you can see here. How's the road condition in Papua New Guinea, and most of the farm or the smallholders are working as a family farming. Poverty is real here. Yeah. So this is part of some of the barriers that we have in Papua New Guinea. So let's now talk about something that often doesn't get enough attention. So policy. So in fact, policy influence is one of the most critical drivers of whether mechanization actually take roots and whether it delivers sustainable outcome. In Papua New Guinea, until very recently, there was no formal or dedicated national policy on mechanization. That means for decades, farmers and industry actors have had to navigate this on their own without clear guidelines, a support program, or institutional coordination. So as Kila pointed out just last year in her paper, this policy vacuum had held us back. But the good news is this is changing. Policymakers in PNG are starting to realize that if we want to see real adoption of technology and mechanization, we need to create an enabling environment. That means public investment, financing scheme from the bank, infrastructure, training, and regulations, all working together. For example, one key lever is subsidized or affordable financing. If a farmer wants to invest in equipment, they need to access to loans that won't sink them into debt. Yeah. Similarly, if we don't have roads or electricity in the rural area, for example, even the best technology won't be usable or maintainable. Another game changer is agriculture extension. Training programs that shows farmers how to use, maintain, and benefits from machines. Without education, even well-meaning investments can fail. But here's the part that I care deeply about. It's not just about productivity, it's about sustainable productivity. PNG's development agenda emphasized that we must grow in a way that inclusive, environmentally sound, and climate resilient. So, policies are now starting to support climate smart mechanization, technology that improve yields without destroying our forests or overusing our water. So this kind of coordinated policy approach linking technology to markets, to training, and to conservation is what will ensure long-term success. It's not just about machines, it's about the system that support people, productivity, and the planet. Okay. So to wrap up the background section, let me bring all these threads together. So what's clear is that Papua New Guinea needs to find new, scalable ways to boost productivity, especially in rural industry. Mechanization presents a strong opportunity. It can raise output, save time, and ease labor constraint. But as we discussed, this opportunity won't realize itself automatically. So there are real challenges. Technology alone is not enough. What really determines success is whether people, our users, accept and trust the technology, and whether policies are in place to support them in adopting it. That's exactly what this research focuses on. My doctoral work deep dives into two big questions. What shape user acceptance of mechanization in PNG, and how does policy support influence whether mechanization leads to real sustainable gains? So the study draws on both established theories and fresh empirical evidence. My goal is to uncover not just if mechanization can work, but how it can be made to work effectively, equitably, and sustainably in our context. Because in the end, it's not just about productivity, it's about building a system that supports long-term inclusive growth for all Papua New Guineans. So let's now talk about the core problem driving this research. Yeah, mechanization
Sorry,
is so.
Rifki.
Yeah.
Can you, because we running off the time, can you go to the findings and conclusion?
Right.
Thank you. 1 minute, sir.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So I skipped this one. So this is the research objective and questions, and the significant studies contribution. This is the scope of the studies that we are looking at. So some of the definition of the terms where the studies are looking at. So this is in progress research, doctor, and everyone. And this is part of the literature review that shows mechanization adoption is influenced by behavioral factors like technology perception, economic readiness, and employment stability. Yeah. And this is about the literature review and how it gains from the period from 1990s to 2025, the latest up. And the consumer acceptance and adoption of technology. And this is basically the research framework. So the diagram visualizes the hypothesized relationship among the studies about three core constructs, which is the consumer acceptance and adoption in the independent variable, the policy influence, this is the mediating variables, and also the mechanization for enhancing sustainability, productive efficiency. So this is a dependent variable. right? So now this is how we go through and how this study translate theory into testable proposition, specifically our 8 research hypotheses. So the hypotheses are structured around the relationship among these 3 major constructs. Yeah, and based on the framework, the study proposed 8 hypotheses covering the direct and mediating relationship between variables. So the methodology, we are using the mixed method approach, qualitative and quantitative. This allows us to gather rich contextual insight while validating patterns statistically. And the area of study is in Papua New Guinea itself, a commodity cultivation area. And the population of the study, we have sampled about 400 consumers from different regions. Yeah. So again, a quantitative and qualitative approach, because we need to explore their perception, behavior, barriers to adoption in more depth. And we are using questionnaires and face-to-face by trained local
Sorry,
enumerators.
Rifki. Ahmad Rifki,
Yeah.
sorry. Could you please go to conclusion?
All right. Okay. So this is expected outcome. Because this is a progress study, so we have done the pilot studies where this involve 34 respondents. The result were very encouraging. Participants responded well to the questions. The data was consistent and overall structure for the survey held up effectively in the field. So based on the strong outcome, we are now confident in scaling up to the study to the larger sample, targeting 400 consumers across multiple regions in Papua New Guinea. Yeah, one of the standout findings between the study is the strong correlation of financial capability and technology perception. What this tells us is that when consumers have better access to financial resources like credits, savings, or subsidies, they are also more likely to view mechanization positively. They feel more confident, more open, and more ready to adopt this technology. Additionally, financial capability shows a direct and meaningful impact on productivity efficiency with a correlation coefficient of 0.656. This means that better financial access doesn't just influence attitudes, it translates into real gains in how efficiently people can work and produce. Simply put, when people can afford the right tools, they get more work done, better, faster, and more sustainably. Okay, so thank you for your kind attention. So that's all from me. I open for question.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad Rifki. One question, any floor? Any from the floor? Question? If not, I just want to ask you, why you study at Papua New Guinea and what are the differences with ours in Malaysia?
All right. Okay. One thing that I see, Doctor. So I've worked in Malaysia, Liberia, and Papua New Guinea, and one of the things we can see that why Malaysia been industrialized, and I can see the economic growth is quite well because we are in the middle of the economic route. Yeah. While Papua New Guinea, we are further down. So there's no shipping coming in. People going to Australia, they're just passing through Papua New Guinea. Hence, this is the issue that we have. But people are in need of economic growth. When we talk about sustainability, we don't just talk about, forests, trees, biodiversity. We are talking about children, we are talking about their education, and importantly, they need to make sure that their family economic is well, so that they can grow. And with mechanization, we hope that with this study it can happen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Rifki. Good luck,
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so we move to I think this is the last presenter the last presenter. Okay, the topic here, social media, financial literacy, and young adult stock investment decision by Dr. Norida Mahusin from USIM. Okay, Dr. Norida, you may start now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I think that can you hear my voice, Doctor?
Okay, clear, very clear.
Yeah.
Doctor, 10 minutes,
Okay.
yeah? 10 minutes.
Alright, sure,
Okay.
inshallah. So I'll try to make it brief, okay?
Okay.
This paper is actually co-author with my students, okay, Shami, right? So it's about the social media, financial literacy, and young adults of stock investment decision. All right, so what motivates us to study these topics? Actually, because we look at the young adults and increasingly active in the stock market since the COVID-19. So in 2021, if we look at the Q1, we don't have the exact number of the young adults that invest in stock market, but we have in 2021 new CDS account open. It's about that for 147 and 91. Yes, it's about that 64% age between 25 to 44. Right, and the second one, we look at the reliance on social media, influencers, online communities, and trending posts strongly shape perceptions. Okay, there is a possibility of the misinformation. So, in 2024 alone, we have like 28.66 million of the social media users in Malaysia. Okay, and then we look at the financial literacy as well, because when we want to invest, of course, financial literacy is very important. So actual ability to interpret and review information depend on financial literacy. So our study is quite simple. So we look at investment decisions driven by financial knowledge or online hype, or both. Right? Okay, so this is our conceptual framework. So we base on the PBP as well. Okay, so we have independent variables. So the components of social media are online community behavior, information on social media, and corporate image. And we add financial literacy to the dependent variables of the young adult investment decision. Okay, this is a cross-sectional survey design. So we use a sampling method. We use a non-probability. So it's a snowball sampling. Shamin involved in the stock community. So we use this. So we use the snowball sampling. Okay, CDS account holder. So we focus on the CDS account holder. So if we want to trade securities listed on the Bursa of Malaysia, then we have to open the CDS account. So we focus on the age between 18 and 40. So if you look at the what we call it, if you look at the young adults definition, okay, if we look at the belia in Malaysia, is 18 to 30. But in some studies, it says that 18 to 26, but we extend a little bit until 40 years, right? So we're able to collect 390 respondents. So questionnaire, so we have three sections: demographic, dependent investment decisions, and social media and financial literacy component. All right, so we have adapted from previous study. And for all these questionnaire, we use 5-point Likert skills from strongly disagree to strongly agree, right? All right, so what we use, method. Okay, so first we do the pilot test, reliability test. So we use 30 respondent to ensure the internal consistency of the questionnaire. So all above 0.7, right? And then to analyze the relationship, we use the ordered probit model, right? Okay, so let's go to the findings. Right, so if you look at the demographic profile, okay, so because we focus on the age between 18 to 40, so if you look at the respondent from that 390, so more than 75% is below 30, right? So below between 18 to 30. So it reached our targets of the young investor. And then if you look at the race, it's quite it comprises of Malay, Chinese, and Indian. And if you look at genders, it's more equal, right? A little slightly higher for female. And in terms of educations, most of the investors, young investors, at least have a tertiary education. So most of them, right? Most of them, right? And then in terms of income, so the range, the highest is between 2,000 to 5,000. So we can see that they are quite in early stage of their employment, right? Okay, if you look at the stock portfolio, right? So on average, sorry, not on average, okay, most of this is between 5,000, 3,000 to 5,000. Okay, so most of them are below 5,000. So they invest 5,000, and number of stockholders is mostly 5 stocks, right? 5 to 10 stocks, right? And year of involvement, if you look here, the majority is between 1 to 3 years, right? So 1 to 3 years is 46.4%. So that we can say that most of the respondents are quite new to the stock market, right? All right, so when we look at the social media, so the most popular is Instagram, X, or formerly known as Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook, right? Okay, so this is the findings from the audit profit model. So just partly of the results. So show here the coefficients. So we found that information on social media, online community behavior, and financial literacy is impact the stock decision, right? So information on social media, so young investor rely on it for investment cues. And then for online community behaviors, community sentiment influences investment decisions, and financial literacy, we found that so knowledge leads to inform investment decisions. So we look at the marginal effect, and we see that when the agreement is getting better, so the agreement move from the neutral to the strongly agree. So we found that the probability of making a better decision is higher, right? Okay. And what can we conclude here is that social media contents matters. So we found that information and online community behavior influence investment decisions among these young adults. Okay. And in terms of financial literacy, it's a crucial as better knowledge leads to more confident and informed decisions. It's based on the result, like financial literacy plays an important role, the most important role, right? And in terms of financial education, so what we can say here that financial education must be prioritized, even though they relies on the social media. Okay, they have to improve their or enhance their literacy as well when they want to involve in the stock market, because we know that stock market is very volatile and it's quite risky, right? Okay, and then for this, we suggest that a stronger oversight of financial influencer and bio investment tip is needed to protect this young investor. So I guess that's all of my presentation today. It's quite short.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Norida.
Okay,
Less
you're
than
welcome,
10
Dr.
minutes.
Zulaimi.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, okay,
Okay.
one question from the floor. We have 1 minute more. Is there any question? Okay, Dr. Norida tak ada question pula ni, saya tanyalah.
Okay lah. We
Moderator
make
je
it
asyik
5
tanya.
5 o'clock ni.
Okay, how does the social media exposure influence among the young adults here?
Pardon, sorry.
How does the social media exposure here influence the young adult in terms of their attitudes, maybe perceptions?
This is more on their perceptions, because we know that the young peoples now is always looking for the quick and easy tips. So that's why they rely more on the social media rather than looking at the fundamentals, because they need to understand the fundamentals. So it's better it's normally like quite easy for them to catch up the market by looking at this social media. Yeah.
From your study here, Instagram, for among the young adults here?
Yeah, Instagram, TikTok. So
TikTok also,
5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes generations.
5 minutes pro.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you
Okay.
so much, Dr. Nolida, Prof. Hussein.
All right.
All right.
Thank you too, Dr. Zuraini.
All right. Welcome.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so thank you so much for all the presenter here with the fruitful insight presentation. Okay, and also for the participant who are involved in this virtual session. And then with that, we try to end our 29th MACFEA International Conference. And I think we stop here. Assalamualaikum and have a pleasant day. All right. So thank you so much. Okay, back to Mr. Zheng Hong.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Zurani, for moderating the session, and thank you to all the participants for your insightful sharing. I have seen many interesting results. Okay. Okay. So for now, please remain seated as we wait for our parallel session for the physical to end, and we will proceed to our closing session. Okay. Thank you.
28 years ago, in 1995, MACFEA is a professional organization focused on consumer sciences and family economics. The inception of MACFEA traces way back to the first meeting of the Asian Consumer and Family Economics Association called MACFEA, which was held in Shah Alam, Selangor, from 4 to 6 July 1995. The association aims to boost expertise in professional growth in consumer and family economics. It provides a platform for sharing knowledge and perspectives to enhance the economic well-being of consumers, families, and stakeholders. The organization promotes research in this field, disseminating findings to aid policy formation. Additionally, it strives to empower users to be conscientious consumers and collaborates with diverse stakeholders to achieve its vision and objectives.
MACFEA contribute to academic discourse by publishing two active journals, MACFEA and Journals from Malaysia, JPN, both concentrating on consumer and family economic issues. Notably, MACFEA has received recognition through citations in Scopus. In addition to these journals, MACFEA facilitates the exchange of knowledge and information among readers through LENSA, a platform registered with ISSN.
Since its inception, MACFEA has proudly spearheaded numerous successful programs and initiatives, collaborating with a diverse range of organizations such as government agencies, academic institutions, the general public, and student bodies. Our commitment to positive transformation has driven these collaborations, fostering a collective effort to bring about meaningful change.
Collaboration with educational institutions has been paramount to our mission. Through research projects, workshops, and the provisions of instructional materials, we have worked alongside these establishments to cultivate a culture of continuous learning, benefiting professionals, community, and students. Recognizing the importance of engaging the public, our organization has conducted awareness campaigns, workshops, and community events through various outreach programs. The aim is to empower individuals and families with the necessary information to navigate financial challenges effectively.
Looking ahead, MACFEA envisions extending its impact beyond national borders. MACFEA aspires to cultivate a global reputation for the association and foster international cooperation, particularly with non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Through strategic collaboration on an international scale, we aim to elevate our influence and contribute to the global discourse on family and consumer economics. By engaging with partners around the world, we seek to amplify our voices and make meaningful contributions to the international dialogue on matters crucial to the well-being of families and consumers.
It's beyond this nation. It's a land with rich heritage for you to explore. Sandy beaches, valley faces, sun experiences everywhere. Malaysia yang unik, kaya dengan budaya, destinasi menarik, mari semuanya.
Malaysia, where the sights are surreal. Be in imagination, every movement you feel. Taste the food, like the highlands, such a thrill. The heartbeat of Asia, my dreams are full of fears.
Ibu kami Om Bilo tidak.
Malaysia, Malaysia, truly Asia. Malaysia yang unik, kaya dengan budaya, destinasi menarik, mari sini semuanya.
Nestled in the heart of Southeast Asia lies Malaysia, a land where ancient rainforests breathe life into the air, and towering skyscrapers reflect its modern ambitions. From the bustling streets of Kuala Lumpur, where the iconic Petronas Twin Towers soar, to the serene beaches and lush jungles of Borneo, Malaysia is a mosaic of natural and cultural wonders. Its shores are caressed by the South China Sea, revealing underwater worlds of astonishing beauty, while its interior is a mosaic of cultures: Malay, Chinese, Indian, and indigenous peoples, each contributing to the vibrant tapestry that defines the Malaysian identity. Malaysia is a nation split by the vast expanse of the South China Sea into two distinct parts. Peninsular Malaysia, or West Malaysia, shares borders with Thailand to the north and Singapore to the south, via a causeway and a bridge. And East Malaysia, located on the northern stretches of the island of Borneo, is bordered by Indonesia and Brunei. Positioned just north of the equator, Malaysia enjoys a strategic location in Southeast Asia that endows it with a warm tropical climate year-round. This equatorial proximity has shaped the country's lush landscapes, from ancient rainforests to vibrant coral reefs, making it a biodiversity hotspot. Malaysia covers a total area of approximately 127,720 square miles, making it the 66th largest country in the world by land area. This area is divided between Peninsular Malaysia, which accounts for roughly 40% of the country's land area, while East Malaysia covers the remaining 60%, showcasing a diverse range of geographical features, from coastal plains to mountainous regions. Malaysia stands as a testament to the delicate dance between progress and preservation, being home to over 34 million souls. The narrative of this country is further enriched by the voices of its people, artisans, conservationists, and everyday citizens, who play an integral role in preserving their natural and cultural heritage. From the weavers of traditional textiles to the guardians of the rainforest, their stories are threads in the fabric of Malaysia's identity. Malaysia has designated numerous areas as national parks and marine reserves to protect its biodiversity. These include Taman Negara, one of the world's oldest tropical rainforests, and the marine park on Sipadan Island, known for its extraordinary underwater life. It is a nation that understands the value of its environmental and cultural legacies, striving to ensure that the beauty and diversity of today remain a gift for tomorrow. Nestled within the state of Penang, Bukit Mertajam offers a tranquil escape into nature's embrace. As the sun rises, it bathes the hill in a soft light, unveiling breathtaking views of the Penang Island and the mainland below, a sight that rewards those who make the early morning ascent. The hill is not just a place for physical exploration, but also a retreat for the soul, offering moments of serene contemplation and a respite from the hustle and bustle of urban life. This hill, part of the larger Bukit Mertajam recreational forest, serves not just as a green lung for the state of Penang, but also as a sanctuary for a variety of flora and fauna. The dense forest canopy shelters numerous species of birds and insects, while the undergrowth teems with the vibrant life of smaller mammals and reptiles, many of which are unique to the Malaysian peninsula.
Dah, record. Slot tak takut kan.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the 29 MACFEA International Conference. Thank you. Thank you for your active participation throughout the program today. Test. All right. Sorry for the how to say, the sudden technical issue. All right. Without further ado, it is now my honor to invite Professor Ahmad Ariza Hashim to deliver the final closing remarks. Please welcome Professor Ahmad.
Thank you, Mr. Hong. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Habis bateri.
So, this is not a planned one. So, I was asked, of course, in the initial stage to be Dr. Samsul. Anyway, we already come to the end of our conference. I would like to state on behalf of MACFEA, thank you all for participating in this conference. And thank you for the insightful discussion. We have a fruitful discussions, I think, in all the sessions. And also collaborations. You have brought the themes that we highlighted, themes of empowering consumers and family video research and discussion. A special thank, I would like, on behalf of MACFEA, a special thank to our international speakers from Indonesia, Vietnam, India, and he's around, but he did not manage to come to share with us, but he did share his slide from the Republic of Mauritius for sharing their invaluable perspectives. So whatever connection that we have today is actually a start at the beginning of MACFEA, and MACFEA are eager to build this connection to future conference, joint research, and continue dialogue on the critical issue of finance, sustainability, and digital empowerment. So one thing that has been proposed just now by our colleagues from Erlangga University, Professor Garden Chow, on the EV vehicles studies comparison between nations and Indonesia. So that could be a start. Actually, I've already discussed collaboration with our Indonesian counterpart. We even have our, if Dr. Doris remember, we do even have our identified groups and also like a cluster, identifying a cluster and also identify people inside the cluster among Malaysians and Indonesian counterparts. We do hope that we can look back and try to reactivate back the groups and move forward based on that, so that we can really make things happen. And before at the end, I would like to thank our phenomenal organizing committee for their for this seamless event, for your hard work. Thank you very much. Just to introduce you, these technical people, they are special people. They have been with us from, I think, for several conferences, and even in during our international discourse, they are working in somewhere else. Sometimes in Malaysia, sometimes in Jeddah, sometimes everywhere else. But now they are with us, together with us to help us, especially in the technical parts. Thank you very much for your help. So besok-besok kalau ada di kalangan kita naik batik nampak dia orang tegur lah. Dia dapat special treatment. And to other committee members, to our chairman, thank you very much for your hard work, and please join me in giving them a final round of applause. Thank you very much. As we leave, I think one thing that I have to remember that what we have today is not just about meetings, sharing of business cards, but as we leave this room, that we create the idea that can spark together in that turn this everything that we have discussed into action. As mentioned earlier, we activate back the group that we identified last time in Erlangga, I think 2 years back, and we move ahead forward. As because the issue that we discussed is very pertinent issues, very important issues, especially for the customers' well-being, consumer well-being. With that, I would like to thank you very much for your participation, and inshallah, we will meet again in our next conference, MACFEA conference. As I mentioned earlier in my opening remarks, opening speech, there are few universities in Indonesia that would like to collaborate with us, and also a university in China also. There's one university in China. Most likely, like next year, we have to have our conference in one of the states in China, or could be in Indonesia. Okay, thank you very much, and see you all in the next conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ahmad, for the meaningful and inspiring closing speech. Okay, we now proceed to our special segment, which is the award presentation ceremony. Okay, so my hands here, I have already the results. Okay, so we'll have the gold awards, silver awards, and bronze awards. Okay, so with that, I would like to invite our conference chair today, Dr. Shamsul Azahari Zainab Bandari, to present the awards to our winners.
Nampak. Terletak situ.
Okay, so we start with the bronze award first, yeah. For the bronze award, congratulations to the paper, Understanding the Malaysian Palate, Determining and Validating the Factors Behind the Food Choice Motive by Dr. Ismawati Shakawi. Oh, Muhammad Afiq Nukman. Congratulations.
Jadi kenapa tak investigation?
Okay, for our next award, the Silver Paper Award goes to Sharia Monitoring in Malaysia's Electronic Payment. Is it enough? By Dr. Wan Anis Wan Muhammad Asruddin. Okay. Right. So we just proceed with the gold award, yeah. Okay, our final gold award. Ding, 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 ding. The gold award paper goes to Determinants of Household Food Waste Reduction in Beijing, China, an Extended Theory of Planned Behavior Approach by Dr. Cheng Kai Wong. Congratulations. All right, thank you, Dr. Samso, and congratulations to all award recipients. Okay, so before we end, let us now capture this memorable moment together. May I invite all speakers, session chairs, committee members, and award winners, and yeah, basically everyone here to come to the front here, and we take picture together with the participants in virtual. Sure. Yeah. So for the virtual participants, kindly switch on your camera so we can together fit in physically.
For that, while waiting, I would like to invite those who are still not yet members of MACFEA, please join the family. MACFEA. All of you are actually eligible to be a members as long as you have a degree in any discipline, but you have interest in consumers and family economics. Please join us.
Okay, everyone, please come forward. We take the picture together.
Okay, everyone, five more, yeah.
Yeah, for the online participants, please switch on your camera.
Let's see. Sekarang ada berapa orang? Dua orang. Tiga. Anis dengan Anis hanya orang saja yang ada kuat Anis. Yang lain tak tiga. Yang gambar seorang apa Facebook? Biasalah. Sebab dia ketua kan. Lepas tu dalam setiap presentation ada gambar. Boleh lebih senang sih dengan tu. Hai. Suruh buka kamera terus hilang. Kalau tak ada switch background.
Background je lah.
Background dia switch. Mana kau punya tu? Buka sini tak tengok lain buka buat sini. Kan sini tak ada kan. Kat sini. Okey dah. Besar. Ada. Okey dah. Okay. Well, pengarah ini depan presiden pengarah
MACFEA International Conference 2025. On behalf of the organizing committees, thank you for your presence, contribution, and meaningful participation. Right. Lastly, we wish you a pleasant journey home and look forward to see you again in future events.
Saya kira apa dekat anak-anak you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, jumpa lagi. Next time.
Yeah, next time.
Alhamdulillah ini.
Sampai juga.
Abang, kenapa? Sampai kan recording. Abang, tahu lagi ni. Ni.